What up, family? CTR Media Network. Yeah. Best in the biz. Yeah. Join the team. CTR is who we are, the media network, that's the best by far. Whether you listen at your home, at your job, in your car, come get the information that's needed above par. Never lasting, motivational podcasting, giving you the answers to the questions that you're asking. Serious talks and topics, how to come up and profit, how to better yourself, your health is here. We got it, reaching 350 million, they tuning in. We in 50 different countries, we all can. And like-minded, find your purpose and your assignment. Come get your fix, your feel, your mental alignment. Get active and speak to the masses. Build your influence all levels and all classes. Now you know you can monetize and grow. CTR Media Network, start the show.
You are now listening to CTR Media Network.
What up, family? CTR Media Network. Yeah. Best in the biz. Yeah. Join the team. CTR is who we are, the media network, that's the best by far. Whether you listen at your home, at your job, in your car, come get the information that's needed above par. Never lasting, motivational podcasting, giving you the answers to the questions that you're asking. Serious talks and topics, how to come up and profit, how to better yourself, your health and see.
The podcast on CTR Media Network.
That's me. I'm so happy to be here. Thanks to her, my podcast is doing great.
350 million, they tuning in. We in 50 different countries, we all can. And like-minded, find your purpose and your assignment. Come get your fix, your feel, your mental alignment. Get active and speak to the masses. Build your influence all levels and all classes. Now you know you can monetize and grow. CTR Media Network, start the show. CTR Media Network. CTR Media Network. CTR Media Network. CTR Media Network. CTR is who we are, the media network, that's the best by far, you know. CTR Media Network. CTR Media Network.
Join the She Trucking Foundation today and be a part of a supportive community of women in the trucking industry. Unlock exclusive access to valuable resources, including mentorship, educational workshops, and networking opportunities. Whether you're an experienced professional or just starting your trucking journey, She Trucking is here to empower you and help you thrive. Visit www.shetrucking.com to join us and drive your trucking career to new heights.
A week along without even speaking.
Yeah.
Which I know that isn't good or healthy for a relationship, but if that gets back to the point that if that wasn't discussed in the beginning, then you would look and come up with your own interpretation as far as why I'm not speaking. You're not looking at the fact that, oh, he's upset and he shuts down when he get upset because, you know what I'm saying? So I'm gonna let him cool off before I go and try to talk or have this conversation and get things straight. You see what I'm saying?
Right. Yeah.
How some men are. Men, when men shut down, it's an issue. It's common sense. You know what I'm saying? It's an issue. But they're just, sometimes women look at it and be like, well, he shut down. He ain't talking. He must be seeing somebody else. He must be effing somebody else and stuff like. You know what I'm saying? And that's really not the issue. A lot of times, men that shut down, they shut down because they really care.
Right.
They care enough to not disrespect you in a way that they know that they could. So they close down and don't say nothing at all.
Yeah.
Because you got some men out here that'll take your head off.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying? And the sad part about it is they the ones that stay faithful and loyal and remain with the men. But the men that's being respectful and say, all right, I'm gonna cool down. I just won't say nothing. In a sense, because that's our way of saying, hey, I'm gonna respect you by not saying nothing. I'm respecting you by not putting hands. You know what I'm saying? Right. But then when you see the relationships that's so-called prospering or whatever, it's the ones that's there going smacking them all upside the head and all right, I'll go ahead. You ain't gonna give me nothing. I'll go get something from somebody else. You know what I'm saying? Right. So, I mean, it goes back to the drawing board. you need to be open and upfront and honest in the beginning. Lay everything out on the table. You know what I'm saying? It gives that person the opportunity to say, I don't think that's something I want to deal with.
Yep. And so I'm going to throw this out here. Like, one of the things that if we in this relationship stuff, man, when you try but you get tired, right? You feel like you owe me respect. And I feel like you just hit it on the head. Like, man, instead of me doing something stupid, maybe I can't. I don't, because I don't want to go there, right? I feel like if we don't get that understanding, then I'm gonna do something that don't make no sense. And everybody raps different. Everybody, we ain't built the same. I mean, so I think that first thing you just brought up is you're correct. Like, that can become real toxic if we don't get that understanding. Like, probably it's just best I just leave you alone and just go away, because I don't want to do nothing crazy. I really don't. And which goes to my next thing, based on something you just said. Here's the deal. It's one of those things in life where it's like buying this car, right? Mm-hmm. And then it's new, it smells great, and truck, whatever, and it's fun. And then after a while, you get tired of it because you done used it up. And I think in relationships, we gotta be careful with that, right? We'll just do things, and the gas runs out, and we don't have real conversations about why the gas run out. So then I'm sitting here thinking, oh, it's you. No, it's you. And then add friends to the mix, add your buddies, add church people, add this, add it, and then everybody. I got opinion, like they side our quarterbacks. And you should do this, you should do this. You ain't gonna stand a chance in that relationship.
Well, definitely not.
You can't, because so one, I'm competing to complete you, and I ain't doing it. Mm-hmm. You know what I'm saying? Like, why am I competing with these people that's around? I don't need to, and that's crazy. And then I deplete myself to complete you. Mm-hmm. And that's crazy. And it took me a while. It's like I was reading this, and I told somebody this. It's 5 stages of this transitioning of a toxic relationship. And anger was one of them. And I had to remind myself, I was like, man, when I got to that stage, man, I was just, any little trigger switch, and it was on. And I'm now at a point where, I'm at a church now, and I'm one of the leaders of the church, right? And so one of the things in the last 3-4 weeks, God been, really getting me on is, okay, listen, you in this relationship right now where y'all in transition, separate. And We talking divorce. And then I'm like, okay. And I've had to isolate myself, just work at the church, just go fishing, do like you said, man, just sit down, just be quiet. And I'm finding out about myself.
Mm-hmm.
And it's one of those things where you just start realizing, okay, you're right. I'm different. I'm different than you. I don't want to do nothing crazy. And I'm trying, I don't want to hear no past stuff. That's another thing. I think we just do each other disservice. Keep bringing past stuff up. And if it don't move the needle, it don't pay bills, and it ain't got no concrete to it, it shouldn't be discussed.
Mm-hmm.
Honestly. Why we talk about this stuff? Why you bring it up? It's not going to change nothing. It ain't going to make nobody better. I believe that comes from when we hurt. I heard somebody say, hurt people break people, or they hurt them. And
yeah. Hurt people. Yeah.
Yeah. And that's crazy. I'm just like, wow. But I'm gonna ask you this. Like, so when you're in a toxic relationship, and I'm asking you how do you handle this? But there's some of the behaviors that you crossing the line, right? Because I've been reading up on this. Like any kind of abuse, be it physical, emotional, verbal, or financial, other signs are subtle, like they're there. So there's like multiple ways you can be abusive to each other, right?
Mm-hmm.
So for you, like when you hit that point when those kind of things are surfacing, I mean, what do you do to what do you do to just not have that?
I've learned to I don't want to say close it. Well, I learned to pull to myself. First of all, you got to shut everything and everyone out from around you, because sometimes you can't hear and think clearly with a lot of different things going on around you. That's what people coming in your ear, stuff like that. Some people, to those that have relationships with God, I would say, meditate, talk with God, see what God says. To those that don't, still, it gets to a place where, and this would really help me, it gets to a place where you have to learn how to be secure in who you are. When you're secure in who you are and you know that you've done right by that person, you've done everything as a man to do. And a lot of times people are trying to discredit you because you can't do things on a level that they want you to do things on. Don't wow. In a man. You may be providing, paying bills, keeping a roof over their head, keeping food in the house, but they got a problem because you're not able to provide them with a Range or a Lex or a $1 million home. You got a decent home over their head, but it's not what they want. And sometimes that in a sense kind of belittles a man that's not secure in who he is. And you got to get to a point that when you secure, you'll stand back and be like, I messed up. I messed up from the aspect that I love this person enough to accept them for who they are, but yet here it is, they don't accept me for where I'm at in life. So you either have to be able to get to a point where you can talk that out and come to an understanding, or you have to release that person from out of your life. Because nobody deserves to deal with no type of abuse. Emotionally, financially, physically, verbally, and people deal with it on a daily basis. People are dealing with it. You can see the expressions on people's faces walking around, and people are really hurting. And the sad thing is that the further years go by and time goes about, you see the percentage rate in marriages and stuff is tremendously increasing. Why is that? Because now the new thing now is, you want to be a modern woman, being a modern, and this is another thing I've been thinking about too. A big problem today with a lot of these relationships is, and can you hear me clearly? I want to make sure this is heard. I've been thinking about this for weeks now. This is what a big issue is. You have a lot of people that want to live a modern lifestyle, but the expectations that they put on their mate is from a traditional lifestyle. And the two don't match. You're going to either have a modern relationship or a traditional relationship. I've been watching and listening to a lot of single shows and people that's looking for, dating stuff. And I just been listening to people and their expectations. And I've been hearing, I want a man that's 6 feet tall. I want a man that's making six figures and stuff like that. And that's your right to want those things. That's your right. But the thing is that what if you got a man that's 5'10", a little bit under 6 feet? Because a lot of these people that's asking for these 6 foot guys be like 5'3", 5'4".
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that'll make no sense.
I'm not saying it's not right to want what you want, but what if I put it this way? I'll go back to the self again. It was a person I was interested in some years back, and I wasn't married, so go ahead and clear that up because I know this be nationwide. But so the thing is, it was a person I was interested in, had all the qualities that they wanted in a man, respectful, everything. Got to cook, got my own business, everything. The thing is they was into tall men. I was taller than her. You know what I'm saying? I mean, hey, 6 feet, 5'8", but hey.
Oh man.
I mean, but I'm just saying that to say, but the thing is, I'm secure in who I am. So my thing is this: I'm learning not to look at it as a rejection in a sense. I'm learning it to look at it as their loss.
Right.
Because when you know what you're worth and what you bring to the table, you know your qualities and stuff, then you can look at it as though you're the gift. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
You can look at it like that.
And people struggle with that. I even struggle with it. I mean, I ain't gonna lie to you, man, because it's one of those things where you just kind of feel uneasy about life and where you at, and and I think people don't realize when you ask for, it's almost like you see stuff in other people, but you try to bring that to the table in your relationship. And it's not about what you want, it's what's needed for your life. And that's kind of where I'm at now. I'm kind of like, okay, you know what? Nah, I'd rather go on about my business and just, you know, what do I need? You know, and another thing, you know, sometimes folks don't get this. It's like I thought I wanted to do what I wanted to do when it came to God. Let me say this. I thought I can ride that fence in my whole entire life. As long as I felt I was giving God what I thought he should be cool with. Now listen to that. That sounds like a pimp, right? I'm sitting here like, God, now, come on, man. No, God, you know what? I preached today. You should be happy. Oh, God, I went to church today. You should be happy. Oh, hold up. Oh, God, I gave my tithes and offering. You should be happy. Like you know, like you bartering with God or something. That's crazy. But anyway, and so, man, you know, I lived like that my whole entire life. Well, now that I'm getting older, I show up to this church in Springfield, and the pastor said something so powerful for me and changed my whole life. He said, look, man, he said, I was living right, but I didn't want to do right. God told him, you know, man, his career was set, Keith. He had it made. All he had to do was punch them tickets. But God wanted him to pastor a small church. And so he said, nah. And it was hell to pay. God like, okay, no problem. I just take my hedge of protection from around you. I don't do your thing. And then if you don't want to do what I put you here for, that's on you. And I'm starting to learn it. Now, one of the things that he taught me about, he said, oh, you was doing all this stuff. I said, but I thought I was doing God a favor. But now, Keith, I started to realize, man, in the last week or so, I had to really ask God to forgive me. Like I had to apologize as a man, because what I learned, I got to go all the way live with God. Like when I mean by that, man, you know what I'm saying? Like when I say that, it's going to be holiness and nothing, right? I was raised in a Church of God in Christ, and I was raised in a holiness environment. No, wrong. I've been Baptist too, and it's not so much the denomination, but it's just for me those extremes I need. So the pastor, now that I'm at the church, you know, I stay at the house with him, and they had me laughing. He asked me, he said, "Hey man," he said, "I'm about to set this alarm. Is there anything you would like to do before I, you know, set the alarm?" Now, Keith, you know, it was probably some stuff I wanted to do, right? Gotta be real. Amen. No, you're in the house of, you're in the man of God's house and all that. Go sit down. See, and see, those truths I'm talking about in relationships. Which is why I'm bringing this up. We gotta be careful when we talking about this love we're supposed to have for each other. And you said something powerful, man. I want to be this modern woman or this loose dude, and I'm gonna do God the way I want to do God. But did you ever ask or think about your partner and what does that do for him or her? What's that going to do? Because what you might be prudent for you may not be prudent for that other person, and they're gonna be on skid row. And here's one thing: my mom did something to prove this point. My dad was an alcoholic, and I've told people this. I don't hide it, man. Look, same. I've been there, done it, man. I'm a binge drinker. Right? If I start drinking, I'm going all the way. I'm got tad up. So my mom used to say, you know, Robert, you should stop drinking. So he quit. But guess who didn't quit? She didn't. So he said, I'll never forget this. He said, Lou, he said, you told me to stop drinking. I thought you stopped too. So I don't drink. She said, I don't have an alcohol problem. You do. Huh? See, that's my point. See, no. I tell you what, you can have that. And so we need, I'm glad you brought up what you brought up, man. You got to think about that. Like what we want in a relationship and what we need, that's two different things. And I think sometimes we just entice each other in relationships to do some dumb stuff, just straight stupid, you know.
We're in a selfish generation, really. The reason I say that is because I had an opportunity to grow up in a household under my great-grandparents. So those things that I seen in their relationship that I idolized and that I held on to as I got older, as far as what I wanted in a relationship, even though it's been hard to achieve. And the reason I say that is because the average person now goes into a relationship thinking about what they can get out of it, more so than thinking about what can I do to add value or enhance this relationship.
Mm-hmm.
If you go into a relationship thinking about what you can do for that person and they come in thinking about what they can do for you, that can be a beautiful thing.
Yeah.
But when everybody already got their mindset on, oh shoot, I'm gonna milk this cow, I'm gonna get what I can get out of this nigga, or he going there and say, oh my God, I'm gonna tear her back out, boy, until when she get old, wrinkle and fall off, then I just had to dip and go find somebody else, or whatever the case may be, you know what I'm saying? Or I'm gonna milk him for whatever I can get out of him, and you know what I'm saying? And if the bank drop, I'm gonna go to another one, you know. And it ain't like that, you know. It should be where you coming together to build one another, you know. I mean, it's like regardless if you're making $50,000, if you're making $100,000, and the other person coming with their 100 or 30,000, whatever the case may be, why try to live just off of what this person doing, drain and stress and break this person down just so you can move on because you done got what you wanted out of it, instead of putting what you got together and y'all can have more together.
Yeah.
To me, that seems like, I mean, that don't even have to be scripture. That's general common sense. If you think about it, if we're working together and we're coming to, it's already hard enough for two people to come together to be on one accord, because you got two complete different characteristics, lifestyles coming together, trying to form this bond of becoming one.
Wow.
But you know what I'm saying? But now here it is. And it goes back to what I was saying at first. You want to live a modern lifestyle. So, and the reason I say that, because now that, and I'm just going by the percentage, not saying that all women are like this. I want to clarify that. Not saying that all that are like this, but the majority that I have been hearing lately is, I want to work. I want him to pay all the bills. I don't want to have to be coming home cooking, cleaning, this and that. I mean, well, what are you there for? Basically, you're an adult child, really. That's what it sounds like. I mean, because my thing is this: if I got it, and I've done it, I paid the bills, the bulk of the bills, and paid car notes and stuff like that. And I love to cook, so I never looked at being able to come home and have it'd be nice if I could come home and have dinner ready, but I never looked at that because that was an area that I knew how to do anyway. You know what I'm saying? That's what, like I said, my mom taught me when I was younger how to cook, how to separate clothes, do laundry and stuff like that, because she said it wasn't guaranteed that you was going to be married and have somebody there for you or that's going to take care of you. So I'm glad that my mom instilled those values in me, that I know how to do those things. I can take it. I don't have to depend on nobody. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
But at the end of the day, that's what we were created for. You know what I'm saying? It's not that the man is just simply dominant over women. It's just once again, it's like a job. And everybody, my position doesn't mean I'm more greater than you. We just got different positions.
Right.
You play your position, I play mine.
Yeah.
Or we work in the same position, we coming together as one to still create something, you know? But this is just, I don't know, it's crazy, man.
Yeah, I was reading this quote by Dr. Jane Greer. She said this: if anyone in a relationship make you feel like no matter what you're doing, it always seems to be the wrong thing, that's a red flag. And that's so true.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like you said, we in a relationship. So how in the world can we can we work together, man? I mean, and it's look, these relationships, people don't want to own it, but man, we got multiple partners, physically, mentally, all of that. Even our heart can be somewhere else, and our minds, and you can be right there with him or her, and that's that's sad when we just it just becomes a deal of now we want to blame each other and don't want to be honest about where we really are, right? Because we'll say, oh, there's no effort in this relationship, or I feel betrayed, or I don't feel no attachment, or I don't feel no passion for you, or it goes on. And I'm like, no. So we always got to find something wrong. So that's the first thing that I want to throw out there, so me and you can talk about. Like,
I feel a big portion of that comes because they never detoxed themselves from their previous relationship.
Say that again.
They never detoxed themselves from their previous relationship.
Yep.
It's one thing as a younger person, I've jumped out of relationships from one relationship to another. As I gotten older, I learned that I had to take at least 6 months to a year to myself just to gather myself back together from my, from my past relationships, because I said if I was going to enter another relationship, I didn't want to bring that mess, that basically that luggage in from the previous relationship. I wanted a whole new suitcase full of new luggage, new clothes, if I was coming into another relationship. And so and to each individual, they may know how long it takes from them to detox from their previous relationship, depending on the length of time that they were together, depending on how deep they allowed themselves to fall in love with that person, may determine the length of time that they need to have to detox from being with that person to move forward into being with the next person. So, that's and one big thing that I will say that help when you get to a place that you can be secure in who you are. And another thing too, and not depend on someone else for your happiness. Each individual is responsible for their own happiness. You need to learn how to enjoy yourself. I will go sit at a restaurant by myself and enjoy myself. I get on my phone and be playing a game on my phone and act like I'm dealing with some business. I go sit in a movie theater. I wait to during the daytime when people are working in school. I go to the movie theater and sit in there and act like I'm in my man cave or something. You know, you got to. It's almost like fantasy. You got to learn how to enjoy yourself, because when you can enjoy yourself, then they can be that much more enjoyable with a person that you really get with, that you really like, and that's really feeling you.
Right, and those things you just talked about, those become support systems. Because you're right. Like, I love fishing. I'm about to start hunting and all this crazy stuff, and I'm finding myself saying, you know, nah, I don't want to spend my time being criticized. Like, I just don't. I'll tell you what I'd rather spend my time is learning who I really am in God, or as a man, and do that stuff you're talking about, and chill out and just, you know, just chill out. Because man, that if you don't have those things, you're torturing yourself. Like, you never get out and do so. So somebody was talking to me the other day, and they said, "Man, you always going somewhere. You always, yeah. I'm always having fun. I do." And especially recently, I'm like, no, I want to enjoy my life. I'm getting older. Like, I got less days ahead of me. So why I'm gonna sit up here and just be miserable? I don't want to do that. And so you're right. So I just say, nope. And then here's my next thing I'm gonna throw out here, which goes along with what you just said, right? If we don't do those things, then we strip away our self-esteem. You know, and that's it's like somebody just picking you apart. And just like trying to find out, you know, here's some criticizing statements, or they saying stuff on the sly, trying to be slick. Like, you know, these are some things that it's an undertow. Like, you trying to figure out what was that about? Why you even had to say that? Or, you know, here's some good ones. I don't know if you dealt with this in your relationship. You minding your business, you're in a relationship, and then this stuff couples say to each other. Like, the man will say to his girlfriend or wife or whatever, "I don't like that dress," or she'll say, "Cut your hair," or I didn't like it, or like that. What's that? What you mean? What you mean that? You don't like? I don't like that. What is that? Like, or you wearing too much makeup or too much cologne, or why do you have to see your friends, or why do your friends, or see, that's when you know you're in trouble. Not your nitpicking.
And you find yourself losing yourself trying to please somebody else and be who they want you to be. Man, I done got so daggone twisted up with, oh, you should let your hair grow. I like your curls in your hair. Oh, I like a person with their hair cut close. Why don't you grow your beard out? No, you look better with your goatee. You should have a clean face. So you find you're hearing these little things, and next thing you know, you got a half a beard, half a haircut. you done did everything trying to please this daggone person, and you done got lost.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
I mean, it can be crazy. It's a roller coaster, man.
Yeah. And then you sitting up here, I don't even know no more. I'm like, you know, I just go bald, man. I don't care. I don't Yeah, that's nuts. You know what? Even I had expressed this to somebody. Like, I'm a music guy, right? I'm a musician, right? So I love concerts. I like going to concerts. I like all genres of music, right? And just recently, me and this other person was talking about, hey man, so and so passed away, so and so passed away. So all the old music greats are passing, like they dying, right? So I said, well, man, I'm trying to get it in where I can fit in as much as I possibly can, because I said, man, you never know. So I'm bringing this up. So I went to this concert in Iowa with Herbie Hancock, man. Herbie Hancock, and he had his boy horn player with him, and he had the old cats that on bass and guitar that's always been with him, and then he had a 24-year drummer, right? So 82 years old, right? That cat was rocking it, right? Rocking it. But this is when I knew that, man, you better get a grip. Man, them folks in there, now I'm not being prejudiced, people, but it was mainly Caucasian and Hispanics in it, right? And a few of us. But one thing I learned about them Caucasian people, man, and them Hispanics, a lot of them can't dance. They don't care. We the only ones trying to walk up in there like a pimp, So, hot style and profile.
Beat with everything and all of that.
All that, man. Huh?
They don't care. They'll be all off beat.
Yeah. Got heels on. That's elevator size, all that crazy. And man, them other cats, they got sandals and whatever. They don't care. And they just dancing and enjoy. I said, no. See?
And I tried my best not to laugh so hard. I seen a couple of dancing fast to a slow song. I was like, what world is this right here?
They don't care. They don't care, man.
But you know what? The thing is, at the end of the day, they were enjoying each other.
Yeah.
Who was carrying on as though want to care in the world. It's something when you could be in a crowd and be with somebody to the point that the crowd don't even exist.
Yeah. They don't care. I said, okay, I got it. And I kept, and even recently, I've been going and stuff. Like, even when I go fishing and stuff like that, I run into some cats and I ask them, hey, how you doing? And we get chopping it up. And then they're like, oh, I'm just rolling through. And I said, and doing what? Whatever I want to do. And then they got their woman with a man, and and she's just like, oh yeah, I don't care. I mean, they kill it. And I'm like, wow.
That's the key. That's the key. Yeah. The key is being able to live your life at your terms, how you want to. Because at the end of the day, you have to deal with the decisions of the consequences. You have to deal with the consequences of whatever come along with your choices, good or bad. They can be bad, they can be good, but nobody has to deal with those things but you. So it's best that you live your life. The thing is, we don't realize that we lose the most valuable thing in life, and it's not money.
Right.
It's time, because that's the one thing that we cannot get back. And we'll get so caught up into other people and trying to please other people and trying to do what other people expect of us, living according to their expectations, that time then flown past, and next thing you know, you're looking around like, hey, what the time then going on?
Yeah. And that's, it kind of reminds me where there's clearly an imbalance of power in a relationship when it's like that. Like it's something imbalanced because, like you said, we two different people, but we should be working together. It's like a merger. it's two companies coming together, man. And two companies, like, and
but if you don't learn the background of that company that you're merging with, your expectations is like you don't know what to expect.
Yeah,
you don't know what the history is. That's why it goes back to what we started off with, being an open book, putting it out there. Hey, these are the things I had issues with. These are the things I'm good in. Because at the end of the day, your partner, whether it's in business, whether it's in relationship, may complement the areas that you're weak in.
Yeah.
But you won't know if you don't put it out there. You get in a relationship and the girl would be like, oh, I can't cook, instead of lying saying you can cook, and then you go home and you got boxed everything and or whatever, you know what I'm saying, and crackers and Vienna sausage and stuff, which I don't mind eating, but still. Hey, I try to keep those things because I don't like to forget where I came from. Hey, they good for when hard times hit.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? But still, at the end of the day, don't sit here and try to impress me like you this great cook, and then you daggone looking around for the dog or something to slide the food to. You know what I'm saying? Hey, I'm good in that area. I don't mind cooking. Some days, if I'm too tired to cook, then hey, we can order out or go out or something. But still, but it comes with and one big thing. You heard a lot of women say this: communication, which they are right.
Yeah.
Some men, like I said, and once again, I won't say all. Some men lack when it comes to communication. So, it needs, a lot of things need to just simply be, a lot of things could have been avoided if communication was involved. A lot of things, a lot of marriages could have been saved. You know what I'm saying? A lot of heartaches could have been avoided if communication was involved. Yeah,
and it's really a form of self-care when you can, really just say, okay, you know what, I'm gonna communicate this, and I may need to just step back for a little bit and just take a break because I don't want to, because it don't do no good to say stuff.
Yeah, exactly.
You know what I'm saying? And then you still want to get this close quarter combat stuff, man. Nah, that is okay.
And let me put this out there because you just reminded me of something too. In communication, it has to be reciprocated. One talking while the other one is actually listening. Not one talking and the other one waiting to respond. To get their point across, not to respond to what you just shared with them. Because a lot of times in communication, a lot of times people already be on the defense and they're waiting for you to be quiet just so they can respond. They're not waiting to respond to what you're saying an issue is with you. They're waiting to respond because they're on the defensive end and they're ready to tell you more things about what you done wrong or what they don't like. You see what I'm saying?
Right.
Saying, oh, well, I didn't realize you saw it like that, or I didn't realize you felt that way, or, what is it that we can do to change this around? Oh, no, you felt like that because you this and that, and you is always, point a finger at you instead of saying, all right, what can I do to make you feel, more better in this area, or you know what I'm saying? And
right.
It should be reciprocated. Same both ways,
Yeah, and I know you just said something. It's almost like I'm gonna see what you say, then I'm gonna if I feel like I need to, I'm gonna say something to fire on you.
Mhm.
And
Because they don't want to accept accountability.
right, yeah, that's low class. We shouldn't be doing that. That's why, again, that's my new mantra. If it ain't moving the needle, it ain't paying bills, man. It ain't pouring no concrete. Now, for you out there, you want to know what that is. Pouring concrete means that you got your life together, your retirement, all that stuff. You get to go. Your business is your everyday stuff, and moving needles means things that don't matter in life. Don't mess with it. It ain't even worth it, man. Because it's like, for what? Like, what? It's a waste of time. And what I'm learning too is that God will hand us things that needs to be or given to somebody else, and we're holding on to it because we're scared of what? We're afraid of what? I'm guilty of that, right? So now I'm at
Hope everybody had a wonderful holiday. Remembered all the things that you have to be grateful and thankful for. And as we go into what is going to be what? Our last month of the year. That's hard to believe. December 1st already. But we're there. And hey, we are approaching, like I said, the end of the year and an opportunity to go out powerful and determined to make the next year even better than what we may have seen this year. So, as I promised some months back, I am going to continue to give you some ammunition to have you start the year on fire. That's my goal. And so we're steadily talking about reinvention. And some weeks back, I thought about kind of a recurring theme, recurring things that I have been hearing and seeing and even feeling myself. And this word just kept sticking out to me. And that word is exodus. So many of us need to flee. So many of us need a way out of so many of the things that have been holding us back mentally, physically, emotionally. It's all in mental, just personal development type things that we really need to focus in on. And it has really been a theme that has occurred so often and has really pressed into my spirit so much that it prompted me to launch an entire podcast series that's going to be entitled Exodus. It is time to break free. And I know that seems like a strange theme for the Christmas season, right? Or for the end of the year. But there are so many of us that need to do just that. It's time to break free from some of these strongholds, from some of these things that have been holding us hostage, keeping us in a box, keeping us from thinking outside of the box and knowing some of the things that we can expand on. to be greater, to be more powerful, to be healthier, to be better in a better mental place. So for that reason, I decided to launch Exodus. And I'll tell you some more about that in just a second. But tonight, again, we're talking about it's time to break free. And it is. It's time to break free of those things that we talk about so often that truly do hold us back. Um, and all of this that I'm talking about tonight is as we gear up for this Exodus podcast. So, first of all, before I go any further, I will say that that podcast series is going to happen the week of December 9th. So, stay tuned because I have some powerful reinforcement coming in during the first 3 days of that week to really focus in on this Exodus and to help us to break free. Because it's time, y'all. It's time. So there's some things that we have to understand. I'm talking about breaking free. Breaking free of what? And one word comes to mind when I think about that: chains. You know, many of us feel so trapped in life, and we feel trapped in a life that doesn't really feel entirely our own. And I talk about that all the time because we're so focused on perhaps doing things for others or doing just what we need to do to get by, right? Just what we need to survive, whether it may be a job that drains us or relationships that don't fulfill us or, habits that keep us from being our best, that keep us from growing. We all know the feeling of just being stuck. And being stuck is not a pretty place or a pretty feeling or a good thing to feel, right? You know, I can recall so many instances in life where I was just stuck. Yeah, one of them did deal with career and trying to figure out, I know right out of college it was my major is this, but I'm not doing anything in my major. I'm starting to feel my way. And in feeling my way to find the career that I really wanted to, there were so many instances where I was stuck that I really felt as though there was no way for me to be pulled out. And if you don't watch it when you get to that point, you will just kind of acquiesce and just feel as though I'm here. Let me just stay here. You don't really want to find out what else is out there that may be outside of this block that you put yourself in. And being stuck, it's a vicious cycle. You often try to get unstuck and only end up sticking yourself in further, right? If you don't do the right things to focus on all of the elements that go into you being in this stuck place. So I know what it feels like to be stuck. And trust me, there are times, even though I know that there are methods and there are things that I've helped people to coach through and to go through and things that I've studied that will help you to become unstuck. That doesn't necessarily mean that you always remember to do those things for yourself, right? I'm preaching to myself now because I don't always remember to do those things that will get me unstuck. And if you're anything like me and you need a refresher, just hang in there with me because we have the cavalry on the way and we're going to work on getting past those points of being in that quicksand that we have in many instances feel as though it's supposed to be our permanent home. Well, I'm here to tell you tonight, quicksand is not your domicile. It's not your place to live. All right. So even though we feel stuck, I want to give you some hope. All right. For those of you who just feel like you're never going to move past where you are, you're never going to be in that job that you really want. You're never going to have that relationship, that house. The finances aren't ever going to be right. A huge part of us moving from the stuck place and actually getting to some of those things that we want is making sure that we have the right mindset. So imagine if you could just step out of those shadows, the shadows of all of the things that seem to be haunting you, those things that you really want to get past, those things that you really want to put behind you. Those are the things that you are able to do if you really focus in on where I'm talking about breaking free from, and that's breaking free mind, body, and spirit. So first of all, let's talk about the power, all right, of breaking free. I already talked about, being stuck and feeling like you're in chains. Well, now we're going to talk about the power of breaking free. Our minds, just like I said a few minutes ago, our minds can be our biggest prisons or our greatest liberators. It's up to us, depending on how we program our minds to work, right? On how we work on our minds so that we can break free from those things that seem to be kind of holding us down. And breaking free basically means one predominant thing, and that is getting rid of, squashing, eradicating those self-limiting beliefs and fears. You know, those things that kind of hang out on your shoulder. I have a girlfriend who says, they kind of sit on my earlobe and dangle on my earring so that they can get closest to my ear and just whisper all of those things of gloom and doom to me. I know I'm not the only one who goes through that. I can't see you, but I know that this resonates with a number of people. So getting rid of those, getting past that is really your first step in transforming to be what you want or to be where you want and to do what you want to do. So breaking free of those limiting beliefs are the first step in doing that. So not only are we talking about the importance of eradicating those self-limiting beliefs, that mindset, we're also talking about the importance of ensuring that our bodies, which are our homes that house everything, right? What we feel, what we think, what we can do, how we react, what it is that we're capable of moving on. Really, our bodies are that home that houses all of that stuff. So it's important to make sure that in addition to our mind, our bodies are straight too, because we can't break free from anything thinking we're going to break through mentally and not be able to break through physically. One feeds into the other. So it means that we have to really focus on not ignoring the signs that our bodies may be giving us that we really aren't operating at our optimal level. And one way to make sure that we're tapping into our bodies is to ensure that whatever is not working properly, we find out what that is and then find the best means to correcting that. So breaking free means we have to focus on breaking the chains here, and we have to focus on whatever is constricting us and keeping us unhealthy. In the rest of us. And all of this right here is your core for transformation. Your core, everything that you want to do, all the reinvention that you want to take place, you have got to have this core straight in order to do that. So those are the things that we're talking about when we're talking about Exodus and breaking free, making sure that we have our mind straight, making sure that we have our body straight, and making sure that our hearts are straight. What are we harboring? What is it that we're harboring that is really hindering us? Past failures that are hindering us. What about disappointments in people? Disappointments in things that we really, really knew were going to be our breakthroughs and just didn't make it. Disappointment in investments that we've made. Disappointments in just any area of life, period. How many of us are harboring ill will because of some of these disappointments, because of people who have disappointed us? How many of us have disappointed ourselves and we are not extending ourselves the grace that's needed so that we know that it's okay if we mess up, we have an opportunity to do things over again. The grace that's needed so that we can learn from those mistakes and reinvent and move into an area where we can definitely prosper. I always say embrace the journey. Embrace those things that you've gone through because they've all been there for a reason, right? If for nothing else than to tell us we don't need to go that way again. It's a lesson that we've learned and a valuable one that's going to help us to plow forward, to continue in the direction that we need to go. So we have to make sure that our bodies, our minds, and our soul Our soul is at the core of what we think, of course, what we believe, and who we are. It's our heart that really makes us the people that we are, and that really we need to tune into so that we can tap into what our purpose really is, what our passions really are. If we listen and focus in on those things, we'll be able to understand them. Make sure that we work on making sure that they're in alignment with what they need to be in alignment with, so that they.
Hi, my name is Nate Johnson. I'm the CEO and founder of GLCS, and this is the Driving Forward podcast. Once again, remember to like, follow, and subscribe. Follow GLCS and LinkedIn for shows, summits, and various events. We have a great show today. We have Chris Thomas on. He's a driver for an owner-operator, actually, a driver for Autumn Transport. He runs a pneumatic truck over the road. We met Chris at the F3 in Chattanooga a few weeks ago. Really excited to talk about him, about his life on the road and his career and how he got into trucking. A couple quick updates on what we're up to right now. December 16th, GLCS will be participating in wreaths across America. We'll be placing wreaths at the Fort Snelling Cemetery in the Minneapolis-St. Paul area. If you wish to participate, it's wreathsacrossamerica.org. I know they're still looking for a lot of volunteers to help place wreaths at really any military cemetery throughout North America. Also, if you're in the Minneapolis-St. Paul area and you want to participate and you're not sure how to sign up or just want to come and participate with us, please feel free to reach out. We're happy to bring more people. You can reach out to us at drivingforward@glcs.net. Also coming up, Broker Carrier Summit. That's April 22nd through the 24th in Kansas City. We just had a great planning session here this week. The last day for a 20% discount is today. So brokercarriersummit.com. Also be sure to follow the Broker Carrier Summit on LinkedIn. To sign up, go to www.brokercarriersummit.com. We have a great set of speakers that we're lining up for that event. We're currently, the last event had 227 attendees, a great breakdown of brokers and carriers. I think it was 40% brokers, 45% carriers, and the remainder was a group of different technology solutions and consultants within the industry. The next event we're targeting really we're targeting 1,000 people, and I think we may achieve it. So Trey Griggs and Robert Bain have both committed their hair again. Trey is going to shave his head. Robert's going to shave his beard if we hit a certain target. I think it's 750 people. So once again, brokercarriersummit.com, April 22nd through the 24th in Kansas City. And today is the last day of the 20% discount. So with that being said, extremely excited to bring on Chris Thomas. If we can bring Chris Thomas out, please.
Daddy taught you, maybe your mom sips them beers. No matter what got you. On this ride, damn sure glad you're.
Hey, Chris,
Hello.
welcome.
Hello, Nate. Thanks for having me.
I appreciate you having here, and that intro music is interesting. It's by a gentleman called Eric Daly, and the song's called "Big Truck Life." So it's a great song about trucking, and if you haven't heard it, I suggest everybody check it out. It's a great song.
Yeah, there's the line in there. The first time behind the wheel. Every truck driver can probably remember their first time behind the wheel of a big truck. I guess I had several of them. Whether it was a fire truck or the first time I ever drove one was probably a tanker that we were getting ready to buy, and I took up to Canton, Ohio, and I probably shouldn't even been driving it. I had no license, but volunteer firefighters, you can just kind of jump out and go in it. So I was out there shifting gears like a pro, taking that thing for a test drive.
I remember my first time behind the wheel. I got behind the wheel and my foot was up on the clutch and the legs started bouncing. I'm sure if you haven't heard that expression, but the leg starts bouncing on the clutch. This is many, many years ago, but you start getting a little freaked out behind the big piece of equipment. So, but that first time behind the wheel, everybody's got their memory behind it. So I can definitely relate. So really appreciate you having on. I met you at F3. Really kind of knew you were coming to F3. I have to admit, I was kind of browsing through all the people and I saw owner operator Autumn Transport. And I said, hey, I know people from Autumn Transport. So I reached out to my friend Josh Rieger at Autumn Transport and said, hey, you have a guy going to Autumn Transport. Do you know him? And so that I kind of knew you were going to be there, and I was really glad that we were able to connect. So what did you think of F3? I guess before we get into who you are, where you came from, what was your take of that event?
Sure. So yeah, the Future of Freight Festival, hosted by Freight Waves, it was awesome. There's just no way to put it other than that. For a guy that sits in behind a wheel every day, just getting to get there and see, kind of that backside of the industry, what everybody's doing, and logistics and stuff, and the keynote conferences, the networking opportunities, just talking to people. Everybody has different ideas and different problems and trying to figure out solutions. And it was just a good time. I mean, the after parties, hanging out with my crew, the Please Advise group, which is Reed Loosed a lot, and all my friends. Gord, there you go. Yeah,
Yeah, yeah.
part of that, part of an elite,
I got the
elite
big head, so
membership
it doesn't
right
fit.
there. Yeah. So
Uh,
it kind of all started, back at Matt's this year. We had a Twitter meetup, with Reed, myself, Gordon McGill, Mike Lombard, and Justin Martin of Freight Waves, and we were all just. And also, I want to throw out Taylor Barker there too. Taylor built on Twitter. We were all there hanging out at Matt's, and just Reed had this Discord server, and Reed was wearing this Please Advise hat, the first edition. He just
yeah, the
bought
one
a
with
phone with a post-it note on there. And
Yep.
my story is I told him to make that hat. He probably was already thinking about making it, but I was like, you make that hat and I'll buy one. And this is it right here. This is probably one of many, one of 12 OG hats that he made the first shipment. So glad to support Reed and everything that all the guys in the Discord channel are doing. We come together there and we talk about issues, but everybody's kind of doing their own thing. I've called it everything from a cult of freight to a incubator to a think tank, and my favorite is probably Justin Martin's the smoke filled back room of the supply chain. So it's just a great place to get on there and kind of cut loose and talk about whatever it is, just kind of hang out. And Reed has done a great job in putting together these little online events within the arena. We've listened to several different people within the logistics industry from Ross Huntsman, then also John Conrad of G Captain, and then Timothy Dooner and Craig Fuller have all been on in the arena, which is just a great platform to get in and listen to him and Reed talk and just kind of go down a rabbit hole wherever it might lead to. So
I don't spend enough time there. It's on my list of things to do. Typically, those Discords events are in the evening, which for you guys that drive, that's perfect time for you. And I understand that. I definitely want to start being more of a part of that crew. I think, from my point of view, I've called it a revolution. So I've called it a revolution a couple of different times now in larger groups of people, including to Reed and Craig and a few other people. But it's really a different way to bring disparate groups of the industry together in a way that we haven't before, and taking drivers and the driving community and bring them more forward with different areas of the industry that they should be interacting with, and kind of bringing that office community. I mean, really, you're in your office and we're in our office. We're all remote now anyway. So it's a matter of us all working together, and it's creating this new revolution that kind of builds this closer knit community. And I think it's definitely a seed of where the industry can go. So I admire it a lot more than I can probably put words to it. So
Yeah, absolutely. For me, it's just kind of been I'm just a trucker. I've been doing this for 18 years now over the road. And it's kind of a new thing for me. I'm tech savvy enough to get on there and figure out what's going on, but there's a lot of younger guys in there than me that it's kind of like a boost of energy to you. You're getting all these new ideas, and it's kind of an infectious, contagious thing that you just want to be a part of. And it's just a great place to be. The Freight X community on Twitter right now, or x.com, is probably, if you're not there and you're in logistics and transportation, you're missing out, because that's where the party's at. There's people there who are seriously doing business, but at the same time, we're not serious people. We're all just humans. And that's the big part, is just being a human, being a good person, finding other good people to work with, and building trust, in a new modern sense, because a lot of that's been lost probably in the last 15 to 20 years. It just seems like people don't have the same kind of close relationships that they should have. And using technology to overcome a lot of this divide is a good way to go for any organization, really.
I agree completely, and you're absolutely right. I think the relationships are different now than what they used to be, and for whatever particular reason, they've changed from what they once were. So everything used to center around a relationship. We had people in offices before. We had people, drivers coming in and out, and we would build long-term relationships with them. I still have many drivers that used to work for me that I stay in contact with. They're Facebook friends. We keep it. I haven't run trucks in well over a decade, but I still stay in contact with guys that's worked for me over the years. And those are very close relationships to me. They're meaningful. But it's a little different now. And with technology, you can build that to where it's almost, it is just a very tight knit team. And so I think you guys are onto something here. And like I say, it's a revolution. It's something admirable. So I'm curious to see where else it goes. I know a lot of it's just bootstrapping and changing and just throwing stuff against the wall and seeing what sticks. And I continue wearing my hat, but Reed needs to make bigger hats. So
Bigger hats.
Yeah. My hat's a little too small.
We need to make one big enough for Nate Johnson. If we can make one
Yes,
small
sir.
enough for Kevin Rutherford, we can make one big enough for Nate Johnson, right?
Yes, sir. That's exactly it. So circling around, kind of the intent of this show, at least part of the intent of this show, is to get your whole story. So you've been in the industry 18 years. Really want to know how you got into trucking, how you got behind the wheel, and sort of bring us up to where you are now. So, what kind of got you into driving? You'd mentioned your first time behind the wheel was um, as a fireman. Or I think that's what I picked up on before. But can you kind of give us the story on how you got into transportation?
Yeah. So honestly, my ex-wife. That's the simplest answer. I was working as a 911 operator for Cincinnati Northern Kentucky Airport Police Department. So I was kind of over fire dispatch for the airport and security and the police dispatch and ambulance dispatch within the airport. I was also at the same time firefighter, EMT volunteer, and part-time EMT for the Burlington Fire Protection District, Northern Kentucky. And I was selling computers for Dell. And I was working on the side. So I'm a little bit of a workaholic. So I think one day, my wife at the time must got tired of me being gone to work all the time. So she comes home with a brochure and says, "Hey, we could go see the country," which I did love traveling at the time. We always loved to go places. So she's like, "Hey, we could go see the country and make money and do trucking." And at the time I was young and we didn't have kids, and I was like, "Well, sure, why not?" Looked into it, and we jumped into it and went to Schneider. That was back in the day. You go to Schneider, you put your year in, they pay for your school. And we did that for 1 year there with Schneider. Got the Excellent Service Award, the jacket that everybody was envious of with all the patches on it. Unfortunately, I'm just going to call them out. Third shift Green Bay cannot keep drivers. That's number one problem there. That they want to talk about driver turnover. Is you get into second and third shift dispatch and they change your entire plan every night. It becomes a very stressful situation.
No, understood. Yeah, third shift is rough. So, how long were you with Schneider for then?
13 months, and then
13 months.
going across 212 there one night, coming from Belle Fourche, South Dakota, over to Montana there, across the reservation, and got passed by this gal in an interstate distributor truck. And that was the next company we went to. I ended up talking to her on the CB, something that's kind of went by the wayside for a better part of a couple hours across through there. We're just kind of running in the middle of the night because I often done nighttime driving. And it was a good chat, and she was telling us about interstate distributors. So the next thing you know, we're on an airplane out to Tacoma. Of course, interstate ain't in existence any. They got bought out by Heartland Express.
Right.
But
right.
they were good. They were good company for the time being there. And while we were there, we just kept getting better opportunities, right? How you should. So we were loading up in Vegas one time and run into this couple who were loading up, and they were with FedEx Custom Critical. So next thing you know, we were on the next path, and we were at FedEx Custom Critical after being at Interstate for about 9 months. We spent the next 2.5 years at FedEx Custom Critical and got into the white glove division, hauling all sorts of stuff, high value freight, government freight, explosives, radioactive. We pretty much done anything that they offered to haul.
With FedEx Custom Critical, were you doing Class 8 or were you doing the straight truck work?
Yeah, no, it was a Class 8 expedite, so it was an ER
Okay.
unit. For anybody that would know, there's the E units. If you see the E with the numbering system, then the ER meant you were part of White Glove Division, which was the specialized temperature, special handling freight. And I know I was actually contracted through a much older contractor, had been with Roberts Express, and I learned a lot from him, just about the industry, the time that I worked for him. And it was just a very cool time, a very, very cool stuff I got to haul. I got to haul a lot of things that most truckers, will never get to haul, from, dinosaur bones to $150 million pieces of artwork. So it was a very good experience, very good learning experience, learning how to deal with, very special clients, talking, not talking about what you have on your load, which I kind of still do to this day, just out of habit. But I don't really discuss what I'm doing or where I'm going too much. But it was a good time, and of course, all things come to an end. The whole the ex-wife is part of that equation here. So I actually the recession hit. So just like everybody else, we went from probably, I think the truck grossed a little over $480,000 in 2008, and we dropped down to like 200,000 the next year in 2009, and worked more for it. So it was a big adjustment, and she got off the road, and I went to Autumn Transport, and during that time, we just kind of fell apart, not being on the truck together. We're just kind of young, and went our separate ways, and but that's kind of the story of how I got into trucking, and then joined with Autumn Transport in 2010. I actually bought my first truck after I'd left the 1099 position I was with FedEx. I bought a truck and leased on for a while with FedEx, but it just wasn't the same. Kind of starting as a new hire all over again. I didn't have the connections or the, I guess, the experience to get some of the same lanes that we were doing. So anyway, come to Autumn Transport and started in pneumatics with zero experience of how to do pneumatics. Had to bootstrap everything and learn everything from old guys as quick as possible. And I guess I did okay because they still have me here.
Right. Yep. And it's been, you said 2010, so 13 years.
Yeah, 13
Wow.
years. It would be
Yep.
consecutive, but I left for two months in 2013 and went and pulled RGN freight, which was something I just always wanted to do. And it was actually a really nice a company, Cut Specialized in Kentucky. It just didn't work out for me at the time. I got a little nervous about the money, and I come back to Autumn, which has always just been really fantastic for operating here.
Great. Well, Autumn's a great company. So, so running pneumatic, where do you kind of operate all in the same area, or are you
Yeah,
everywhere? I mean, I've been paying more attention to you on Twitter lately, but haven't got the idea of entirely where you operate. So where do you
sure.
typically run?
I mean, 90% of the time I'm east of the Rockies, so pretty much the Midwest, all the way up to Northeast, Southeast. That's kind of the main area. I don't go to Texas a whole lot. We have, some dedicated accounts across the country, but generally we're a 48 state carrier, and also we run into Canada, which I do run into Canada quite a bit during the year. And no, I just go all over. Sometimes I get onto a dedicated gig and I'll not stay. I stayed on one dedicated account for a couple of years, mostly there, just running in the coal power plants over around the Ohio Valley in Pennsylvania, which was just a great time in my life to have that opportunity. And I've tried out a few other dedicated, but I'm kind of a road warrior. As I say, there's beauty into America, and part of the benefit of being an over the road trucker is getting to see the entire country, in all of its different stages and growth and decline. And it's a great time, any time, in my opinion, is to be a good time to just be traveling all over our beautiful country.
No, I agree to that. It's something I miss. So I always enjoy driving. I still love road trips. I think I've said that on a previous podcast. It's to this day I still miss driving. So if I didn't have um, different path, different time, but I drove for quite a bit of my life, and it's something I still have a passion for. And um, everything that I typically do, I'm looking at how our drivers. Actually, I was just on a call uh, previous to the podcast talking about drivers and how to enhance that type of role. But the experience and drive. I like driving the West Coast, so I always was West is best, and just waking up in the mountains, getting uh, um, that fog and the sun light in the morning and whatnot. There's just nothing better than that. And hearing the trucks fire up, of course, is a little different now with APUs, but there's just that morning phase of the day that always sits with me. And you know, there's something to be said about driving. So I envy it.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And for those who've never been to the Pacific Northwest and woke up at a, you know, a quiet rest area and just take a walk over into the woods there a little bit, and you can just go in and just, there's definitely a different feeling about driving on the West Coast. You know, sometimes I miss it. I'm not sure that I'm ready to take on the emissions debacle yet as
Yeah.
a single truck owner operator. I have a lot of two-way advice on that street, and I'm not sure which path I want to follow. What's been working for me. I've been in the same truck now for you know, I've been in this truck for 10 years, and that's a rare thing. You know, most guys don't stay in one truck for that long, but here I am, still going, and you know, may get out of it one day, may not. I'm not really sure yet.
Yeah. So speaking of that, I have a picture that you put up, I think yesterday, of your truck here. So I'm going to share my screen once it cooperates. So this should be, there we go. So that's your truck, right?
Yep, that's it. That's Claudette.
Claudette.
Every guy should own, or gal should name their truck. I found out that the trucks seem to do a little bit better if you call them a female name. So there's
Fair
definitely
enough.
maybe a superstition to that you should pay attention to. My first two trucks, Clyde and Barney, they were definitely learning experiences. But no, I've had that truck since 2013. It's a 2000 Freightliner Classic XL, you know, 262-inch wheelbase. I got the Eaton 404 rears, 355s. I got 10-speed transmission Eaton, and I got a red top Cummins 525 Select Plus M14. So there's a
Yeah, I
spec for you.
saw the picture of the Covens the other day, and it's giving you some fits right now. So
Yeah, well, you know, I was stressing out, and I heard a little chirp, and I seen the oil, and you know, I started assuming the worst. I was like, oh man, I've got a head gasket going. I'm like, and of course that goes to, well, why did the head gasket go? What's going on once you pull in there? But you know, I cleaned it up a few times. I think we dodged the bullet. I think it's just the Jake box leaking, and just particularly the way it's running down makes it look worse than it honestly is. So we're living to fight another day. But you know, that's being an owner operator. You just never know what you're going to wake up to in the morning.
right.
It's every day. I mean, you know, yeah, you make really good money, don't get me wrong, but you can also spend a lot of that money really quick, and you have to be ready for those kind of challenges at any given time.
Yeah, speaking of that, so what advice would you give owner operators today? Let's say there's a lot of owner operators that are out there. A lot of people came into the industry through COVID. Maybe they were company drivers. And they went out and bought a truck, and they're running under their own authority right now, and some of them are flipping over to companies. Some of them are still running under their own authority. But what kind of advice would you give owner operators that are out there today? Just in general.
Sure. Kind of bought my first truck after getting out of the lease purchase in 2009, right at the bottom, but kind of the bottom of the equipment market. So, it was still a struggle having a cheaper truck. I've never spent more than $30,000 at one given time on a piece of equipment. I've spent more than that during the running of a year, but at one shot, I've never spent that. So you had a lot of guys going out and buying equipment, maybe their first time buying equipment, at 150, 175, $225,000 for a truck. And I hate to say it, the hard truth is you bought it at the top of the market. You were in the gold rush. I mean, that's basically what the trucking industry just experienced. It was definitely my first experience in 18 years of experiencing such a gold rush where everybody's coming in and they're just grabbing everything they can, and they're getting equipment with that idea, maybe no long-term plans to sustain what happens when the market comes back down. So if you look at the trucking market, it's no different than any other cyclical economic market. It goes up, it goes down, and we're probably in one of the worst downs right now. And a lot of people can say what they want to, but it's obviously because there's too many trucks right now on the market, not enough freight to be hauling, and that's only going to get worse over the next probably 12 to 18 months as more equipment keeps coming online. People who were making plans last year are just now starting to get their equipment this year, and I don't think we've seen a bottom to this market yet. I don't think the floor is in yet. And I hate to say that. I would like to say that it's the other way around. I might be wrong, but I just got this gut feeling from what I'm seeing, when all this new expanded manufacturing capacity gets built, people are going to have money to put in those orders, these factories, to get all this stuff going again. And it's going to take some time to shake out. So, my advice right now is just the advice I've gotten from years of listening to the guys who are in the industry. And that's, watch your costs, slow down. You don't have to be going so fast. Anything that you can do to cut your costs. Don't idle your truck. I'm sitting right here right now. It's a sunny day. It's not too bad outside. Everybody around me is idling. That's a cost of right now probably anywhere from $7 to $9 an hour. So it really adds up when you start looking at numbers that way. And that's the big thing, is you just really have to know your numbers. If you're in a sinking situation, you need to find maybe a partner carrier to get with that has some good contracts and has some freight, and maybe take your mind off of trying to do everything right now, because it's really stressful, one way to own a truck, but then it's even more stressful when you're trying to keep that truck profitable all by yourself. And I see that a lot. And that's what I done. I come to auto transport, and at the time they had this advertisement they were running in one of the ad papers that said they were recession-proof freight. And I believe that. We have a really good program here, a really good team that works really hard to keep us all moving. And in 13 years, on one hand, I can count the number of times that I didn't know what I was doing after I got empty. So there's a lot of things to do. Just like I said, watch your financials, cut back on your costs, uh, look for new opportunities, partnerships, and just keep your mind right. There's going to be a lot of setting, there's going to be a lot of frustration, and you can choose to use that energy how you want to, and don't use it negatively. Try to build out of it, try to improve yourself, because the time will turn around, and if you can stick through it, you'll do even better the next go at it.
No, those are wise words, Chris. I couldn't have said that better myself. I always tell, you hear a lot of talk in the industry about bad freight, and that there's not a lot of freight to be hauled, that the rates are bad, et cetera, et cetera. As an owner operator in your type of role, it doesn't matter if there's good freight or bad freight. You're working for a carrier, and it's your job to control your costs. You're under a pay plan, I assume, and maybe your percentage, maybe you're not, but you have direct control over your spend on your maintenance. On your fuel, your largest expense.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to Thought for Thursday. I hope we're all doing good. Let me start out right away by apologizing for being late, for starters. And secondly, I'm late because I'm having trouble over on the Instagram side. So if you're looking for me over on Instagram, I'm not there. Okay. But I promise what I will do is once we record this, I will go ahead and put it over on the Instagram side. I hope that you guys are doing good. It's a great short week and we're almost at the end, y'all. Come on, that's something to celebrate, right? Absolutely something to celebrate. Well, something else to celebrate, or something else at least to talk about, is the fact that we're talking about a topic that really is important, something that affects everybody. You all know that you are my niche, you are my 45 plus group. So I definitely approach things in perspective of you and your age group and trying to determine exactly, what's going on. What are some things that you need that are going to be able to help you to get to the next level? And a part of understanding what it is that you need, we also talk about the things that you don't need, right? Because in order to be able to fix things and to make sure that we have things going in the right direction, we have to do the things that we know are going to help us. And in order to do that, we really do have to make sure that we understand some of the things that are hurting us, right? That's very important. Understand what is hurting us. And something that hurts so many people, and something that we all struggle with, and I'll tell you, it was a huge struggle of mine. And I'll be honest, I still have issues with it. It's people pleasing. What is people pleasing? People pleasing is really a pattern that we all follow when we are so dedicated, so concerned, so determined to help others, so much so that we often do it to the detriment of ourselves. Yeah, I think we're all guilty of it to some extent. However, people pleasing, that is done because we want to be accepted. We want to be loved. Some people still operate under the idea that everybody is going to like them. And if they don't, well, why not? What is wrong with me? Not realizing that everybody isn't going to be pleased with the way you look, with what you do, with how you act, with where you work, with who you're married to, with who your family is. Yeah, you name it. People are going to be upset about something, and they're not going to be pleased with you. They may be jealous of what it is that you do. Come on, let's just face facts. It's the truth. They could feel that you are doing things that maybe they want to do. May feel that you feel a certain way about yourself, and you're really not all that in a bag of chips. It could be any number of reasons why people are not going to be pleased with you. And the quicker we accept that, the quicker we understand that, the better off we'll be. Because our goal is to be ourselves, to be the people that God has designed us to be. Now, in being ourselves, of course, we want to stick to our values. We want to stick to the things that we know are right. So we want to be the best version of ourselves. And if we are being that, there is absolutely no reason whatsoever to feel guilty about who we are. So I wanted to say that up front. And if you can tell, yeah, it's something that I'm passionate about, because I hear it so often. And I hear it so often with the women that I coach. They kind of mask it by saying, I want to be there for people. I want to do things for people. Well, why is it that you want to do that? Well, I feel a responsibility. In many cases, it is that. But in some cases, it's just the fact that they don't want the person to be unhappy with them, or they don't want people to feel as though they're not giving, or they don't make accommodations. So, how is it that we can love ourselves for who we are, how we are, what we do, what we think, and not be so concerned with how others may perceive us that we are going out of our way to create some acceptance for ourselves, all right, to the detriment of ourselves? How is it that we do that? Now, don't get me wrong. It is perfectly fine to feel an obligation to support someone, to help someone. That is perfectly fine. But if you are doing that in response to wanting to be liked or wanting to be loved, that definitely points to something bigger. That definitely points to an area where you need some support around. So, are you one of those people? Do you feel that you are a people pleaser? So much so that you have done so much people pleasing that you have dreams, goals, aspirations that you have put on the back burner for a very long time in order to make sure that everyone else is accommodated and happy. You've succeeded in having a lot of people like you, all right? And that is important to you. But is it really important to, as far as you not getting where you want to be or doing what you want to do or having what you want to have, again, to the detriment of you. And hopefully, in thinking about this and listening to some of what I'm saying, and perhaps just doing some reflective sit down time with yourself, figuring out what you want to do and why you haven't been able to do it. And if you see that some of the reasons why you haven't been able to do that is because you've spent most of your time making sure that other people's needs are met, other people's wishes are being met, then maybe you do need to sit back and look. Not because you feel that you need to do this, but if you're doing this because you just want everybody to love you, you don't want anybody to look negatively at you. You need to know that you are fine and you can't be so concerned with how everyone else perceives you, as long as you know that you are doing the right things, going in the right direction, being the person that God wants you to be. All right, so you say, okay, you've been talking about this for a minute now. What is it that we can do? A huge piece of people pleasing is so simple, and it's such a simple, quick way to get around feeling that you have to do everything, feeling that you have to be everywhere, feeling that you have to oblige with something just because you don't want somebody to look at you negatively. And it really is as simple as saying no. I know, such a small word, such a quick thing to say, and causes us so much pain. Because we don't want people to feel like we're not there. We don't want people to feel a certain way about us because we are telling them no. So it's so much easier to just say yes. So, how is it that you can begin to focus on saying no when it is appropriate? No isn't appropriate for everything. But in the case of people pleasing, where you just want people to like you really need to get used to the word no. So, how do you do that? All right. Some self awareness. I talked about that already. First of all, you got to realize that you're dealing with the issue. Recognize the behavior. Identify when and where there's some people pleasing going on. All right. Sit back and take a look and figure that out. Journaling can also be a useful tool, even if it's you just journaling your regular day's activity, putting in there things that you've done, places you've gone. Look for patterns across the journaling. When is it that you wanted to do something that you've set aside to do for yourself and really haven't been able to do it? Why is that? Is some people pleasing in some way involved in why you're not reaching those goals or getting those things done? And in doing that, it's important for you to understand the root cause, which is what I just said a few minutes ago. Understand why it is that you want to say yes to far more things than you should say yes to. Yes to being on that planning committee. Yes to heading up something for the 15th time, knowing you have absolutely no time to do it unless you infringe upon some me time or you infringe upon some family time. What is it that you want to do? Doing that extra work, doing somebody else's work for them because you want them to see you in a positive light, work that they really should be doing for themselves. I see this and hear this a lot with people in on their jobs, been in their careers for a while, and feel that it's really okay to do the work and let somebody else take credit for it, as long as the person that they're doing the work for is pleased with them. Well, you may want to look at that too, because you're building their dream. But in the meantime, what's going on with yours? All right. Set some boundaries. That's so important. It might be hard for you to say no. So to counter that, set some boundaries so you don't always have to say it, so that people won't always come to you. Now, that may take some time, particularly if you've been people pleasing for a while. It may take some time for people to realize, okay, I really can't always go to her. I always can't go to him and ask for these things. I really need to focus perhaps on getting some of them done myself. All right. What else? Practice saying no. Yeah, that sounds kind of silly, doesn't it? Practice saying no. Start with the small things and then progressively practice turning down requests or tasks that aren't aligned with personal needs or value. And that's big. If what you're doing really doesn't involve your values, that's huge, or doesn't align with your values, there's more than one reason why you shouldn't be people pleasing, right? What else can you do? Self-care. Realize that if you don't take care of yourself, you're not going to be there to tell anybody no, yes. You're not going to be there to tell yourself yes. And it's going to be no by default, because you will be run down and you won't have the capacity to take care of anyone else. And mainly, yourself. So self-care is a huge catalyst, is a huge incentive for stepping away and pulling back from people pleasing so much, and adhering to some of these tools that I'm talking about to help you to say no. You've got to value your self opinion. Give weight to your feelings and needs and opinions. Your feelings, they're valid, they're important. A lot of the people pleasing syndrome really does encompass some self confidence issues and self awareness. Of course, I already said that. And just feeling as though you are not capable, you are not enough. And for this reason, you need validity from others. And nothing could be further from the truth. You are fine just where you are. You are designed the way God has designed you to be, and you are enough, no matter what that enough may look like. Your enough may not look like the next person's enough, but that doesn't mean you aren't enough. All right. So make sure that you remember that. I talk about this all the time. I even have cards that support it, affirmations. You may need to start telling yourself on a regular basis who you are, what you're capable of, what you're designed to be, what it is that you can do, what you're good at. Remind yourself of the accomplishments that you have made. Remind yourself of what's important to you and the things that you want to do. All of this to help you to realize that you have value, and your value isn't in someone else's approval of you. Your value isn't in someone else's approval. And since it's not in their hands to approve you, their approval doesn't determine your value. Therefore, it's okay if you tell them no and they really feel some kind of way about it, because you're turning them down to take care of you. That's really okay. And then I also invite you to kind of look at that person who is looking at you cross-eyed because you've told them no after you've told them yes for I don't know how many times. Or if you've told them no,
talk about it. Pour up a cup and vibe on. Boss Lady Star is on. Let's talk about it. Let's talk about it.
You are now tuned in to Boss Lady Star.
So that's my intro. Like I said, you guys will see the intro on YouTube. You will see the intro on Twitter, and you will see the intro on Facebook. I'm really not a Facebook person, but hey, we on there doing our stream and our live from there. So welcome to season 2, episode 3. And I'm gonna have some people in today coming to share their opinions about wants and needs in a relationship. So hello, people. Thank you guys for joining. Everybody that's on Twitter and Facebook and YouTube, welcome. We are streaming live from TikTok. So if you do not have a TikTok account, I suggest you get one. But we are going to be moving over to StreamYard eventually because it's just a more functional stream for everybody else. So, and then TikTok will like to play nice. So I can't get their code onto that system so they can stream from all at one time. And that's what I was trying to do originally. But hey, it is what it is. Hey, what's going on? Make sure you drive safe. Thank you guys, everybody that's joining in. So we're going to get started. And if you guys want to join in the conversation, you can either comment or you can just you don't have to raise your hand. You can just do the invite. As long as I see you're coming in, to have a conversation with us about relationships. And today's topic is wants versus needs. If you're able to come in and talk about that topic, then feel free to go ahead and come in for that. Other than that, we're not talking about nothing else. We're not doing no battles or anything like that. Everybody wants to come on and battle. I'm like, no, this is not the time. That's not what we're doing right now. So today we're talking about wants and needs, and basically what people want out of a relationship and what they need out of a relationship. And that's something that you communicate with your partner. And a lot of people don't do that. They just think that, you've been in relationships before, you've dealt with somebody, but everybody's different. So you have to figure out what your partner wants and what they need. And at the same time, you have to figure out their wants and needs. And it's not always equal. And it could change on a day-to-day basis. Not saying that somebody, because if they flip like that, well, you might want to consider that relationship. But not on a daily change. But at the same time, if there's something that they're needing from you, whether it's emotions, whether it's, a hug, a kiss on the cheek, or, telling them they did a great job that day, whatever it is they're looking for, either spouse, girlfriend, a live-in, whatever. If it's a relationship that you have with somebody, you need to find out exactly what it is they're looking for. And I think that's important. Knowing what your partner wants, that can be something that can go on forever as far as trying to figure out their day-to-day or trying to figure out their long-term, what they're looking for. So it's important, very important, that you find out, and you do that how? By communicating. So I want people to come in and tell me what you think is important as far as a want or a need in a relationship. Some people like holding hands. I think it's too hot to hold hands for the most part, especially outside. Now we're inside, okay, we can hold hands or cuddle or whatever. PDA, that was something that somebody said last week. They were saying public display of affection. Some people like that, some people don't. I definitely like PDA, but don't be sitting around, walk around squeezing on my booty. I mean, my booty ain't that this big, but still, I don't want you all rubbing on my butt. Like, you can do that at the house. You know what I'm saying? So we ain't got to do that out, out and about. You don't have to do it like that. But like I said, you have to figure out what your partner wants and what they need. Another thing that's talked about a lot is the topic of sex. So people say, oh, well, I want it every single day. Some people just want it once a week. Some people want it once a month. That might be the case too. You have to have that conversation with your mate. Me, I can go 7 days, hey, but it's not about what I want. They might be like, hey, I can't do 7 days. And I have to respect that. So you have to talk to your partner and find out what they want and what they need, what they're looking for. And that's very important, very important to have that discussion, because you don't want to be the person that is, thank you for sharing the live. I appreciate it, Kat. And whenever you're ready to jump in, let me know. Like I said, if you guys want to chime in on the conversation, I want to just be talking about myself. I prefer to have more people discussing wants and needs in relationships. So feel free just to do the invite. Anybody that's in the comments, if you guys want to come in and talk about it and have your own opinion about wants and needs in relationships, make sure you guys just jump in and we can talk about it. We can definitely talk about it. So let me know some of the wants and the needs in your relationships. What are you guys looking for? That's cool. If you can't, that's fine. You can join us next time. I'll be here every Saturday at 6. I'm going to start doing one Saturday a month because I'm going to be doing events. But thank you, Patrick. I appreciate it. But other than that, we're definitely going to be focusing on the topic today. So tell me, guys, some of your wants and some of your needs in our relationship. Some of the things that you want. So a want and a need is different. Of course, everybody knows that. We're all adults. We understand that you can't get everything you want, and you might not get everything you need half the time. But you just kind of make it work. You kind of go with the flow. Communication, yes, that's a big one. Everybody likes that one. Everybody likes communication in a relationship. That's very important, to have open dialogue with your partner, and being clear about it. Don't lie about stuff. Like last week we were talking about friends and exes. So if you have new, like Drake said, no new friends, no new friends. If you have new friends, let your partner know, hey, I have a new friend. I want you to know who this person is, so they're not sidetracked or sideswiped, and you're having this friendship with somebody that your spouse or relationship or friend or lover or whatever, they don't know nothing about this other person, and you have a full friendship with them and they have no clue who that person is. That can ruin a relationship, because you're actually having a secret relationship. Even though it's a friendship, why can't you just tell your friend who that person is, your loved one or whoever it is, who that person is? So I think that's very important. Communication is definitely a big thing. What's up? We got Cash in the building. Hey, Cash. Okay, no problem. But yeah, so communication is definitely important when it comes to a want, and I think that's definitely a need. So it's definitely needed in a relationship to have a communication. I feel being friends with your ex when you're in a whole relationship is wild. It could be wild. I mean, it depends on what kind of friendship you have, what kind of friendship you started with and how it ended. So it really depends on your friendship. Hey, what's going on, Brown Eyes? How are you? So yeah, we talked about friends and exes last week. That was actually a really good episode. Some people are like, I totally disagree. I can't be friends with my exes. They're exes for a reason. And then there's people that have friendships with their ex because of it was a good breakup. And I don't know if people understand there are such things as good breakups. So it doesn't have to be negative, like, oh, I don't like this person, I don't want to have nothing to do with this person. You can break up and still be cordial. especially if the kids are involved. If kids are involved, it's best to stay friends at least be cordial. You ain't gotta be like best of friends. Hey girl, hey. You ain't gotta be best of friends, but I think it is important to have some type of friendship because you don't want to just throw it out the window, especially if it was, a decent relationship. So welcome in, and we're gonna welcome in Ms. Cash. How are you today? Thank you. Good, lucky for you, bro. I need sleep. I'm running on fumes right now. I promise you. Up all night last night, and then up first thing this morning. I do not do mornings. I'm like, what do? I try to take a power nap. I almost couldn't wake up for the live. it's just. I was like, kept pushing the snooze, but I was like, okay, let me go ahead and get up so I can get started. So you tell me some of your wants and needs. What do you think is important as far as wants and needs in relationships?
So I want to go back to a second because you were talking about the relationship with exes and everything.
Yeah, that was last week's. Yeah, last week's. It was good. It was good.
I missed that. I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's okay.
Thank you very much. But I think it's also like it's very critical that you had good relationship with your ex. Now, like for my ex, it was so many years, double digit. Right?
Okay.
So we have a really good relationship, and I'm gonna bring it to. Today is because we're talking about wants and needs.
Right.
So now I know what I needed in the marriage, in the relationship.
Speak on it.
But yes, I know what I need versus the things that I want. I need is something. See, this is the thing. A lot of people say, "No, I need them to want me."
Right.
But I can want you, but you can disappear from me.
Absolutely.
I need is like I need you in my life. This is like for eternity type of thing.
Right.
And, people get scared when we start talking about relationships and things like that. But that's exactly the reason why I have not tied in all the way with somebody because of that.
Wait, you haven't tied in because of the fear, or you haven't tied? Well, you haven't. Wait, cut on. You made a statement, but I'm trying to get clarity.
I have not tied in all the way because people don't understand the difference between that. The need and the want.
Gotcha. Okay, that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, I need, and for me, I need to be friends.
Right.
Oh my God.
Right.
I'm talking about best friends. I'm talking about I can talk to them about anything.
Everything. Yes.
All of that got to be there.
Right.
And so many people try to talk to me, right?
Right.
It's okay. I'm good with that because I don't jump out there with them.
Right.
They jump up there with me. I want to be friends first.
Right, absolutely.
I always talk about this. I think I talk about this probably in every live. So don't try to jump underneath of me, before you can even get to know the essence of it.
Okay. Yes, honey. Yes. I like what you said too, Christian. You said you could want somebody but not need them. Absolutely. Absolutely. You can want somebody but not need them. And that is true. That's a good point that you made too, Cash, because, it's so quick. People are so quick to make that move and want to, slide in. Especially people nowadays, they just feel so bold. I think that during that time of COVID, when everybody was locked in and they had nowhere else to go and they was sheltered and they couldn't really get out, and then they started going more to social media. There's so many people that are either in unhappy relationships or whatever with their spouse or their significant other, and then they're still reaching out to these online people because they get a good feeling of being wanted from them, So, and it's not real, but they be living on it, though. They be living on it. So yeah, it's very important. Hey, Roberta Anthony, how are you? it's very important to have the realistic side of things and know that, okay, this is the relationship that I want and this is what I'm looking for. And like I said, it goes back to communication. You have to be able to sit down with that person and say, hey, this is what I'm looking for from you. And sometimes it's a difficult conversation.
I think Kristen, you might be right in the generation. They don't want to really commit. They
Right.
want to do them inside of a relationship. That's
Right.
how good.
Right.
It's sad.
It is sad.
Let me not say it's sad.
Right.
I ain't judging them. I'm at the point where if you want to be in a multiple relationship with someone, do what you do.
Right. Right.
I just want the one
For you. Right.
one.
Yeah, people need to be honest about what they want. Absolutely. And they, so that's the thing when I was going back to the COVID time frame, because they can be very honest with you, especially these online relationships. They can be very honest with you, but they honest to a certain extent. So they ain't telling you everything, so, and that's where it gets confusing because they're telling you what you want to hear or what you think. They're telling you what they think you want to hear, but it might not be something that you need to hear. Right.
I need you to be straightforward with me. Give it to me, bro, because I'm gonna give it back to you like that. Like,
right.
I'm gonna let you know. If you're not ready for the answer, don't ask the question.
Absolutely.
And respectfully, I'm not
right.
disrespectful in my delivery, but at the same time, you gotta communicate with me.
Right.
Ask questions if you're serious about something. Ask.
Absolutely. Yeah. Somebody said, he said the thing. Christian said, that's the thing. Tough people. Oh, that's the thing though. Tough people aren't playing so many games. I guess for people play so many games. Got it. Don't give your representative exactly. That's exactly what it boils down to. And like I said, it happens a lot, especially with online. I'm a people person. I like to get out. I like to mix. I like to mingle. I speak to pretty much everybody. I don't care what they look. Look like what they don't, if they purple, blue, green, whatever, it doesn't matter to me. I can speak to pretty much any person and say, hey, how you doing? And that's not, I'm not trying to flirt with them or talk to them. I'm just having a conversation. However, when it's online, that's why I usually keep my DMs off, because it's like they're sliding in for the wrong reasons. Oh, I seen that video you did. Okay, I do a lot of stuff. I do a lot of comedy. I do a lot of joking. I do a lot of playing. And I do a lot of stuff that's real too. But you're not going to get to know that off the rip. You have to be able to communicate with me and talk to me. Then you'll get to know the other side of boss lady. But and then that representative, they across the board, huh?
Online dating is for birds. A lot of people first date online. Like I have never been on a dating site. Let me say that.
Right.
I've met people on TikTok, so to speak. But yeah.
Right. I'm missing this line. People are leaving things out that we need to know before. Absolutely. Absolutely. And that becomes that whole want and need thing. It's like, okay, I want the truth. And like Cash said, she said it very clearly, like speak on it. Like tell me exactly what's what. If I'm asking a question, I want the honest answer. Don't keep telling me no. If I'm asking if you're married and you like, nah, I'm not, but you really are, come on now. And then I find out later, then I really can't trust you going forward because you lied. And I'm going to remember that. So yeah, and then you don't have to, that's the thing, you don't have to lie about things. Like I want the honest truth. I might still decide to mess with you. That's just my decision. But at the same time, I want the truth. Don't sugarcoat it for me. But yeah, it's like the one thing. I want to be able to communicate, like you said, openly with my partner and be like, hey, I had a great day, or I had a horrible day, or hey, this is what I would like to try, something new, some new food spot, whatever it may be. It could be something small, or it could be something major, but at the same time, I want to be able to be open enough to have that relationship and talk to whoever I'm with. People these days we learn about the most. Exactly. And see, that's the problem too. in relationships is if I find out that my spouse or my boyfriend or whomever I'm with, or whoever I'm dating at the time, could be a fly on the wall, whoever I'm dating, and if they lie about the littlest thing, then I'm constantly thinking like, what they lying about is bigger.
Exactly. You know, something serious, they definitely gonna lie about it. They lie about something small that you don't even have to lie about.
Right. And like, why did you say such and such? And it was such and such. Oh, well, what I meant to. Okay, don't even worry about it. I'll be like, check, right? I'll be like, yes.
That's not what you said when we talked about 2 weeks ago.
Right.
Still, yeah, I'm there because you told me something different.
Right. Yeah. So don't get caught up in what you're saying and doing, because that's two different things too. People want to say one thing and do something totally different. That just makes me look at you sideways. I don't care who it is, especially if I'm dating you. But if it's like, even if it's what comes to friends, I'll be looking like, oh, they moving different. Okay, wait.
With a friend, you have no reason to lie.
Right. Absolutely none. So I was like, when I check them, I'll be like, okay. Because that's another type of friendship, another type of relationship is a friendship, For me to tell everything up front so there won't be no surprises later. Absolutely. That's true too. Yeah, if you tell everything up front. But it doesn't always come out like that, You can sit down and give a full interview, and then there's like, okay, there's stuff you just didn't say. There's stuff you didn't. Overload.
It's gonna fizzle. You ain't gonna remember.
Right.
We need to gradually get into this thing.
Right.
And that's part of the problem. You don't want to do that no more.
They just want to throw everything out here. Throw it at you. Here's everything. You be like, okay. Right. You're like, okay, let me start with this appetizer. We're gonna get to that course. Right. But okay, so that's like more of the needing side. Is like needing that commitment. And then what are some specific wants, like on your side? What are some things that you think about as far as relationships that you want out of a relationship?
And I want that. Okay, so these
not necessarily a need.
Yeah, I desire, but I can live without it.
Right.
All right. I desire to have walks in the park. I love walks in the park. Maybe it's mushy to some people. I love it. I don't mind holding hands. And granted, if it's too hot, it's like I'm hands feet a little clammy.
Right.
Okay.
Good afternoon.
I want somebody just to enjoy the water, the beach, just the sound with me. I want somebody just to enjoy music with me. I mean, I want them to do that. I can do it myself.
Right.
But I desire to do that with someone else.
Okay. Like, y'all better pay attention over there. I'll be over there. Right, just enjoying life together. That's true too. But you got to figure out what your enjoyment of life is, because your enjoyment of life and your partner's enjoyment of life might be two different things. So it's definitely the point of wanting to know or getting to know what your partner wants, out of life. You might be like, okay, just coming home every day, paying bills, and get a little something once a week, and that might be them. Right, they can tell that.
I mean, just a little more. And you push them to that. You don't have to force it, but slowly, gradually. And if they don't catch on, I mean, you communicate it.
Right.
But still, if they don't catch on, it's something else.
Absolutely. Yeah. So, wants for me, I think my wants and my needs, they kind of like rub hand in hand, but at the same time, wants for me is mainly communication. It's a want, but it's definitely needed. And I want clear communication, because I could talk all day. We could talk for days on end, months on out. But if we ain't talking about nothing, what's the point in talking? We need to talk about some definitions of what we're doing and where we're going. Looking at the future. I love to sit there and talk to my mate about, okay, what we doing. I like to plan things out. What we doing in a couple of months? What we doing next week? Some people like to live day to day. I can live day to day on some wake up, go to sleep. But as far as like relationship, no, I can't do that. I can't do that. I need some kind of structure. I need some structure.
Another thing is what I need check-ins, because the same way you felt about me in the beginning,
right,
to the middle, to close to
good afternoon,
where we're going, you got to check in, because you got to know, are we still on the same page? Has
right.
the thought process changed?
Has anything changed? Right.
We still here? Because, I did check-ins because I was like that, right?
Right.
I was dating somebody, and they were cool in the beginning, and then I did a check-in probably about 6 months in, 8 months in. I was like, respectfully, I really like you.
I can see that too. I can see that. But it's being honest. Yeah, they call it a temperature check, a temp check. Yeah, so it's definitely important to do those. She said about 6 months to 8 months, and she was like, "Look, it be like that sometimes, though. It do be like that sometimes." So yeah, but reassurance, you're absolutely right, Kirsten. Reassurance is important. Yeah. She's like, hold up.
You know what my reassurance is? My reassurance is that if he with me, I don't care if it's a room full of beautiful women. He only see me up in that.
Right.
Okay? He see all these beautiful women, but it's not like that. And I might say, look at her over there. Then you can go over here and look at a couple, glance at her or whatever.
Right.
But hey. But I wanted him to see me.
Right.
See me, not everybody.
Right.
Even though it's other beautiful women out here, we know that. Like it's other attractive, handsome men.
Right. So as quick as I am to point out a female, I'll point out a male too. What's going on, Top Dog? I'll sit there and be like, hey, oh look, that gentleman has on a nice outfit. He has a nice beard. He's trimmed up, looking good. I'll do that. I'll go across the board. Oh yeah, she has some beautiful, huge boobs. You know what I'm saying? I'll point it out. You're right. They're like, oh yeah, boobies. Exactly. So I'm like, to me, it's like, you can have those conversations with, the person that you're with. You can have those conversations, and you do understand that you guys are having like more of an open relationship as far as talking. You know what I'm saying? That's what I'm talking about. Just as far as communication goes. So if you can sit there and you can have that with your partner, you're like, you winning. You're winning. So it doesn't matter what kind of area you're in, what kind of atmosphere. You're always in it. You know what I'm saying? Thank y'all. We appreciate it. Appreciate it. But yeah, so yeah, like I think that's very important, just to make sure that your partner knows what you want and that your partner knows exactly what you're looking for. And things do change. So like you said, doing a temp check from 6 to 8 months.
So I always say that, right? So I was talking to somebody, right, trying to get to know them.
Right.
So to me, the vibe was just it could have been me, but the vibe was just going in another direction. I was like, I'm just checking in with me. Why would you check in with me? I don't do that with you checking in with me. I'm not. You ain't no probation officer or something. I'm like, wow. Yeah, I never talked to him again, but I'm just saying.
Right. Right. It's just like I never talked to him again. But yeah, that's definitely a no-no right there. Hey, good afternoon. Good afternoon. Welcome in. Yeah, that's too funny. I try to not be nitpick, and I try not to go back and forth and do tit for tat. I try my best not to do that, especially in relationships, because I'm at that what they say when you get older. I'm at that age. Right. So I'm like, hey, boss hall. So I'm at that point in my life right now. I don't have time to put, because then it's just taking too much of my time trying to get back at you every time you do something. You know what I'm saying? So we got the okay, exactly. I call it the exit sign. Definitely exit sign. But yeah, if I start noticing that I feel like I have to constantly get back in, then that's definitely a go. I'm like, yeah, you out. You out. Right. It's like you out. Thank you, appreciate it. Right. It's like, we sat there, we had this great vibe, everything was going in the right place, but then all of a sudden you went to the left. Like, what's going on? So yeah, so like I said, it's very important to have those discussions as far as wants and needs. Oh, okay, let's see. Triple P is trying to get in. I know she was driving before, but she might not be now. But yeah, so I think that's very important to be able to let somebody know. And like, you have to have that conversation, especially so when people are too quick to want to move in. That's my fear now. Hey, yeah, when they trying to move in, I'm like, we barely know each other, and you trying to just move in. Hold on, wait a minute. Let's have some conversations. Let's have some. Right. So sleepovers or something. Like, look, we can't just go straight into you moving in. Because you moving in, you're gonna be kicked out. I'm like, you have to have a place to go. Right. Yeah. So give us where you at? You at work? Oh, okay. Well, happy birthday, grandson. Happy birthday, grandson. Oh, look at you. Look at she's too happy. Another Leo. Ain't nothing wrong with that. So, okay, give us a breakdown real quick of your wants and needs. I'm about to go to a commercial break in 1 second. Okay. I need communication. Like Bob said, I can do a lot of talking, but if I'm the one that's in there and you both sitting there like birds, church, I'll be like, okay. I mean, when you're going through stuff, you can't do anything. If you need something, you can't do it. If I'm your rider, I need a ride. So you can't be talking. Right. Absolutely. Right. Right. That's part of negotiation. Communicate. What I want. Right. I know what you want. If it could be a deal breaker, it could be a deal breaker today. Well, you might be compromised. Right. Sure. Let me pause you for 1 second. I know you like right in the middle because I'm trying to do it at 6:30 every single time. I'm gonna play this 30-second commercial real quick. You guys are not gonna see it on the screen, but they're gonna see it over here on YouTube, Twitter, and Facebook. You can go ahead and push play on there. But then you don't. Yeah, just click on that.
CTR Media Network is now accepting new podcasters to join our growing network that's reaching 350 million global listeners. Have you heard? CTR Media Network offers podcast production, podcast training, distribution, and product placement. Book us for your next event or schedule an interview with CTR Media Network podcasters today. To learn more, go to ctrmedianetwork.com.
All right, so if you guys didn't hear that, it's ctrmedianetwork.com. Make sure you guys go check them out, especially podcasters. If you have a podcast and you're trying to promote a podcast, check out ctrmedia.com. Let them know Boss Lady sent you. Those are my peoples over there. But yeah, I'm definitely on their network. My podcast is with them, and they've helped me push that across many, many different platforms as far as podcasting goes. So I'm in your ear. Anything that's social media related as far as podcasting, you definitely find Broadcast with Boss Lady Star there. Yeah, we're good. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. So yeah, so I'm gonna wait till Cash. Well, we could keep going because you said you're gonna give your report as far as your wants, and then your needs. What are your needs? Do you have any specific things as far as needs go? And I gotta get in with the babies.
Just communication. I need that attention.
Yeah, that's important to me.
Don't be all about your homies and friends, or even if you just sit there, baby, come over, rub on it, right? Let me know that I'm here. I don't mind doing that. I like the DJ. I don't need it, but do it here and there. Show me that you love me. Show me that you see me. I know just okay. Well, I'm over here and you over there, and everything about it. And why is you here and why am I here?
Right. Yeah, that's true
He said
too.
men don't easily talk much. That's true.
Right. So that might be an issue. That's a deal breaker. Yeah, that is true. That is a good topic. I mean, a good point to make as far as men don't talk much. And I think that if you're, I don't know, to me, you're absolutely right. And I can't say from a male's point of view, but I can say this: if you're that person's person, they're gonna talk to you. I think
it's going to take some time
right.
to dig into that.
They might not jump straight out there, but when they're comfortable with you and you built that, that comfort zone for each other, not just one-sided, but that comfort zone for each other, I think that's when most people feel comfortable enough to talk. So whether it's your mate, if that's that person for you, they're gonna open up and they're gonna share. They'll cry with you, you know what I'm saying, and then they're gonna give you, their feelings and open up and be honest with you about everything and anything because they don't have nothing to hide. Like Cash said in the beginning, you don't have nothing to hide. So yeah, instead of holding stuff back, I think it's very important to have that. Our communication is not really dialogue. We will tell you by our actions. That's not always good, but I mean, it happens like that sometimes. It does happen like that.
Speak louder than words, but still, you gotta just do something. Because we ain't readers. You might lose some weight. It might be one of the days. You might be weight, like, but they got an attitude.
Right. Hi Trina, how are you? Yeah, that's true.
They might be going through something you just don't know. Those mouths don't get fed.
Right, that's true.
Men are more, some men, let me just say this, some men are more doers. Like he's saying, his actions, that's the way he communicates.
Right.
That's his love language,
Right.
By action, by doing. But the question is, can you deal with that?
Right.
Because some women need a man that's really clingy on them and with them all the time. Like, that's not me.
Right.
Like that, So can you deal with that? Because it's all facets of us, men and women.
Right. Absolutely. He said talking is a sign of weakness in our minds.
That's a good point. I mean, that's an interesting point.
Right. Very interesting. As far as I've never seen it like that, but I've never actually had somebody say that, that they look at it as a sign of weakness. So that's the first time I'm hearing. And there's probably a lot of people that do feel like that out there, but I've never heard or read it or heard somebody say that before. But that is interesting. It feels like whining about issues.
Yeah.
Okay, I get that. I can understand. Right. Right.
I'm the type. The issue we internalize, because I used to be that person. I was that person in my marriage. Internalize everything, didn't say anything. But then I got to a point and I blew.
Right.
You know, I blew.
She said, I keep everything in. It's hard talking to a man. Yeah, hey, good afternoon, good afternoon. But yeah, it's she said, Didi said it's hard talking to a man. Like I said, you know, communication is everything. So if you are trying to talk to, you know, you have to figure out what their love language is, so to be able to communicate with them freely and be able to talk, you know, without feeling you're holding yourself back, you know, and be able to open up. But like Cash said, she made a valid point. You can't just jump into it. You know, that's going to take some time to be able to build that up and feel comfortable enough. Both of you feel comfortable enough so that you could have that communication and talk with each, you know, one another, and be able to say, these are my needs and my wants, you know. So I think that's important if you're able to go and talk to your spouse or talk to your girlfriend or your boyfriend or whatever, and say like, hey, this is what's going on. We just don't feel talking about solves anything. I guess some people do feel like that. Good afternoon. But yeah, you said it's.
You know what? If there's a certain thing when you just talk in a circle,
right?
When there's no understanding between the two of them,
right? Or if you're not talking at all, and then you're just trying to go with actions, and then it's like you get to this point where are you going to go from there? You know what I'm saying? It's either you have to check out or check in. And so if you're not communicating at all, then it's like, okay, what's the point? What are we doing here? You know? So it's like, what are we doing here? If you can't talk, yeah, absolutely. So I think that's, you know, like I said, we're all kind of pretty much saying the same thing. Communication is like really big when it comes to a need and a want on both sides. What about being an active listener? Absolutely. Also depends on
communicate with us too when we had that pause.
Patrick said also depends on the tone. Oh, tone is everything, honey. Tone is everything. Or if you have to keep repeating this, ooh, you know what? So
if I gotta do it twice,
right.
The conversation is dead. I'm done.
Right.
I'm not doing it.
I've been telling my son, if I was calling out here right now and tell him what are the things mommy does not like. She don't like no liar. She does not like repeating herself. I've been telling him since he was a young kid. Now I will repeat myself if you didn't understand me. I will repeat myself if you didn't hear me. And then I definitely who said that? Patrick said that about tone. Yes, Patrick said it about tone. I'll definitely repeat myself if the person that I'm talking to feels that I was too blunt with them. Or I was a little bit too forward or something, I'll make sure I explain myself and I'll say it in a different type of way or a different tone so that they're understanding that I'm not yelling at them. I'm not screaming at you. I'm actually trying to communicate with you and tell you how I'm feeling. And maybe I said it in a harsh way. So I have to take that step back and, you know, readjust and realign and say, okay, let me talk to that person a little bit differently, you know, especially if they got like sensitive skin, because I can dig in sometimes. But if they got sensitive skin, I just be like, ooh, this ain't gonna work.
You really have that tough skin with me.
Right.
I have it. So between competition and completion. So do you think, Pharaoh, that a lot of women compete against their mates? Against their men?
There's a line between okay. I'm sorry, I was trying to go back and read too. It's not mind reading. We tell you by our movements. But you keep saying that like you're showing you by your actions. So I'm gonna go back to that comment real quick. You said you keep saying that you show by your movements. There's only so many moves. It's like a game, you know, of chess. there's only so many moves you could do. If you're still not, having that conversation with that person, and you're saying, well, you guys feel like you're talking to nobody, like nobody's listening, or you feel like you can't communicate without that other person seeing your side, then you might have to try to learn how to communicate effectively, with your spouse, your person. You know what I'm saying? I'm not going to just say your mate, your husband and wife, or whatever, because there's so many different people. So with your person, so if you're sitting there and you're trying to have a conversation, but you're talking in circles, that's not going to work. And if you're sitting there and you're trying to make moves, but you're not communicating, that might not work either. Because you're just doing a bunch of movements, but they're not understanding exactly what you're doing because you're not communicating, So that's something,
We all find a way to compete, and our egos can get away. Now,
with your spouse, your person.
Well, wait, though, as a woman, we have ego too. So it's no way you're gonna sit and say you don't have an ego. However, most women are more submissive to men. We don't want to be in competition with you at all. If anything, we want you to help to uplift us, and we want to uplift you too.
Right, absolutely.
Whatever you got going on. So
yeah, we learn to challenge how we learn how to behave. Oh, that's true too. That is true. That's a good point. The challenge comes in when we learn to challenge how we learned our behavior. That's true. That's a very valid point. I call it eliminating great opportunity. Okay, okay. I like that. How you broke that down. Eliminating great opportunity. Yeah, but like Cash said, you have to. I know these two people up here right now. Baby, how you say it? Baby. If you come in incorrect, it's just like, okay, just have several seats, sir, because that's not going to work. And I'll say it nicely, but at the same time, you just have to understand where I'm coming from. So, so I think differently. Yeah, that's true. That's true. So yeah. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. So so that's good. I have to have you on the panel one day too, so you can because it's nice to read your comments, but it'll be nice if you came up and actually talked about it from a male's point of view. So I was trying to get everybody's point of view. I want to get women's point of view, not just be on here man bash. I want men to come on here and talk about their topics too, how they feel. Going down in the conversation and reading is cool, but I want people to come up here and actually talk about it too. Yeah, thank you. I appreciate it. Absolutely.
Look, after you said something, it's your tone. Like my delivery, I know if I'm really upset, I'm going to pause for a second because I know I'm going to come out the wrong way.
Right.
Okay. But if I take a minute, well, not a minute, about 30, 42, 3 hours.
Look, give me some time.
Talk to you more educated and calmly about what I need to discuss.
Right. Yeah, that comes with growth. Because somebody that's like 18, 19, 20, they might not catch that right away. They're just gonna go, yeah, you know what I'm saying? So, right. Right. It's like as you get older, you be like, okay, like you said, you gotta take that breath, and then that's something that you know that you need. You're like, okay, I need this time. Let me get myself together.
Just like they want to step out, just don't leave the house. Like I said, you can step out to your man cave, you can step out to another room, but give me a second so I can come back because I want to be very respectful. I don't want to be disrespectful to you, at all.
Oh, I like that. He said it only sounds like men bastions when men weren't raised by men. Yeah, okay, well, we got a real one in here. But yes, absolutely right. And if you know how to adjust, I think that if you know yourself, I think that's important too. In any relationship, you have to know yourself first. People ask you straight off the rip, like, oh yeah, you might be a little bit off key. You might be a little bit, you might be a little bit out there, but you share that with your person. They might need to know that, you might need to know that, hey, I can't, I don't do this well. I don't communicate well. I feel this type of way, when you don't listen on X, Y, Z. So you need to be able to communicate that to your person and let them know, like, hey, this is where I'm coming from. This is how I feel about certain things. And then, a good question, especially when you're talking to your person, is to ask them, like, okay, you ask them a couple of things. One, do they understand what you're talking about? And it's not about no lecture. It's just like, okay, look, I just want to make sure we're on the same page. We're going down the same road. We're the same book on the same page. We're not just sitting there talking and not getting through, and in the same way on the opposite, it has to be reciprocated from one person to the other. And the man has to feel comfortable enough to say, like, hey, let's talk about this. And, after you're done having a discussion, do we get to a final, understanding with each other. I think that's very important. Because if you don't, then it's all for none. It's like you did everything for nothing. And it's like, okay, we done sat there and talked for 45 minutes to an hour and we didn't get no resolution. Right. We're like, okay, I'm glad we talked. I'm glad we talked. And then tomorrow is the same conversation. It's like, wait a minute. I'm wasting my time, my energy, and my breath. Right. Right. Oh my God. I dated this one person. Like I said, on here, we're not going to talk about people's names because, it is being aired on different platforms. And I want everybody to feel comfortable. So I was dating this one person. If it's you, hey, don't say your name. It was best that they like to read. So they had a journal, I had a journal, and then we had a joint journal. So in the joint journal, we would go in there and we'd write down accolades, and we'll write down appreciations, and we'll write down just certain different things. It was something nice, we shared together. That was our journal. And then your personal journal, you write whatever you want. And he was like, yeah, well, if you're trying to communicate something to me, if you feel like I'm not getting it when you talk to me, like put it in our shared journal. But it made it so easy to move. Like it was like fluid because we did talk a lot, but it was so much easier for him to read and like really digest what I was saying because he read it and he inhaled it. Like, it was in him. He was like, I totally get where you're coming from. And he's like, I'm going to work on that. And like, I didn't have to go back and like, did you understand what I mean? I didn't have to do all that. It was like, he got it. And then he made, Top Dog was talking about movement. He made the moves. He was making the moves to like, okay, she don't like when I come home and take my drawers off and put them on the counter. She don't like that. And so she put it in the journal, what I'm saying? She said it to me 1,000 times and I'm not getting it, but she put it in the journal. I get it. So now I'm coming home, I'm taking my drawers off, I'm putting them in their clothes where they're supposed to go. Not putting them on top of the counter. But that was just his way of communicating. Like he preferred to read.
Let me tell you something. I really like that. I'm sorry, but I
really
good.
Me too, girl. I'm like, dang, is it the light? Me too. I'm like, is it the light? Yeah, I was gonna put the fan on, but I was like, it'll start moving the curtain and stuff. I was like, dang, I need to drop the air or something. It's sweaty. But go ahead. I'm sorry. You say you really like that as well. Yeah.
I had never had somebody do that, and I just think that's awesome right there.
You said conversation heating up. Right. I was doing the same thing. I was like, goodness. Oh God. But yeah, yeah, it was nice. And then look at you. One of my sisters that lives in Florida, she was saying when I was going because I was going through counseling with another relationship. I've had so many, but yeah, I was going through another relationship, and she was saying, yeah, do words of affirmation. So we did those every morning, and then you just put them in a jar. Like you did a whole bunch of them for the week, and then you just go and pull one out, and then like one, you could just put like little things to do and little things to say to your partner. And it didn't matter if he wrote it down or if I wrote it down. We just always added to it, but then we'd take it out and put it into another one. And so like that day, we like start your day off with a kiss. And so he'll come and give me a kiss in the morning. Or, if I was the first person up, I would go and give him a kiss in the morning. That was our thing for the day. So we'll put it in the other one. But that was also, it was very nice to have that. So I tried it in another relationship, it just didn't work. It was like, I ain't pulling nothing from no job.
You said something. You said he would come and kiss you on the forehead, whatever, and you expect that the next guy comes. You don't expect that from him, but probably something that you like, you enjoy. You want him to do the same thing. So you had him do forehead kisses. I'm getting to a point because I had that. My last relationship. That was probably the sweetest thing he ever did, other than the person that he was.
Right.
Because every morning he kissed me on my forehead. And when I hear another man say it, I'm thinking, I like that, but you don't want any comparison. That's what I'm saying.
Right. Yeah. And it's hard because, we are humans. And it becomes difficult when you try to separate. Even like, okay, because like I always hear like, oh, you're carrying all this baggage. I was like, no, I threw out the trash. Recycle. I threw out the recycled trash and the regular trash. I threw out all the trash. Like the trash is gone. I don't went to counseling. I don't went to talk to people. So I feel like I've gotten everything off my chest, and then like, okay, I'm ready to clean slate. And then so what I will do, and then I'm going like in two different directions. So what I will do is I'll sit there and I'll tell like the person that I'm talking to, the new person, oh, these are the things I dislike. So if you're coming at me with these things, then you could just keep moving because I've been through this. I don't want this, and I'm not going to accept this. So I will do that. Not like as soon as like, hi, my name is Boss. I'm not saying hi, my name is Boss, and these are the things I don't like. No, it's not like that. Yeah, it's not like as soon as I walk in, I'm like, hey, I'm Boston. No, these are my list of things I don't like. Oh, you check all those boxes, never mind, you're gone. No, just in No, definitely not that. Just in the conversation, when you're starting to get to know each other, we're opening up a little bit more. And, I'm like, oh, okay. Or, okay, let me say this. If I start seeing things that I didn't like from a previous relationship, I will make a mention of it. And I don't go like I said, I'm not a nitpicker. I'll sit there and let something eat away at me. And I just go, ooh, I can't stand. Like one thing that like really is a pet peeve of mine when they sit there. And two things, when they bite their fingers and they like, where'd you spit that to? In my house? Wait, what? We are not outside. We are not outside. Hey, Daddy Long Legs. Right.
First of all, I'm gonna say this. I don't speak, okay?
Me neither.
So if somebody else speaks, that's their thing. But God, if you don't spit something,
Appreciate it.
Where did that go?
Right. Absolutely. Thank you so much. We appreciate it. Yes, but that's so. Whether it's food in their mouth or whether it's they biting their nails, thank you so much. I appreciate you. That just gets on my nerves because I be looking like. And like, or if they do it in the car, that's the same thing. I'll be looking like, where did you spit that? I do not like that at all. And so I'll just be looking and I'll be like, okay. So, and then I make a mental note of everything. So I try not to, like I said, I'm not a nitpicker, but I will sit there and say, hey,
So how way, how did you gradually get into that and not be somebody, she just nagging, she don't like this, she just bringing this up.
Hello, everybody. How is everyone doing today? I am so excited that you tuned in today. I'm your host, Dr. Connie Green, and I'm so excited that you're here tonight, joining us for another episode of Wisdom Tips. Thank you so much for joining us. We're here to dive into a profound, transformable power of wisdom, and I'm excited that you're here today. We're going to be embarking on a journey today of having wisdom to help you overcome rejection. Have you ever been rejected before? I know I have. So stay tuned with us as I drop pearls of true wisdom, giving you the tools that you need to live a victorious life. So why don't you go ahead and just share, get a friend. I know somebody's going to want to hear this because we've all been rejected. And you're going to be very excited at the end of this broadcast because you're going to realize that you're not the only one that has ever felt rejected. So again, go ahead and share. Tell somebody that Wisdom Tips is on and you don't want to miss this episode. We're going to be discussing the process of overcoming the spirit of rejection and to explore a little bit of what's inside of our hearts and our mind to make us feel like that we're rejected. And we're going to learn how to evolve as we learn to live our best life and learning these tips that I'm going to show you. We're going to learn how to live our best life and not get so overwhelmed when we're feeling rejected or feeling like somebody has slighted us, as we often say. So, did you know if we continue to persevere and keep practicing how we can just be calm when we feel like we're rejected, how we can just overcome when we're feeling rejected, and even be totally healed. You can totally heal yourself from those type of emotions by, healing those inner most beings that's inside of us, our heart, our mind, our soul, and what we've thought about it, even what we grew up on. Sometimes you probably got rejected when you was young and never forgot it. So I just want you to sit back and listen today, because you can be set free from this ugly spirit, as I call it, of rejection. Having been a Christian for many years, over 40 years actually. Yeah, I know I'm telling my age. And I've also been a Christian counselor for over 25 years. And I have come to the conclusion that rejection is one of the greatest undiagnosed, untreated spirit in the church. Because a lot of people have gotten offended in the church by different things. And a lot of times that spirit come when it was even into infancy, but they always feel like they're being slighted. And that's the enemy. As I talked about last year, the bait of Satan. It's a bait of Satan that tries to get us all upset and frustrated when we feel like we're being slighted, as we call it. But actually, it's a spirit of rejection. And if you just stay with me a little bit longer, we're going to show you some things and some examples of why we even become rejected. So stay tuned and please share with a friend. You know what? All of us want to be loved. I don't think there's nobody out there never want to be loved, didn't want somebody to love them and take care of them. As a matter of fact, God created us with a desire to be loved. God is love. It's all through the scripture. He tries to teach us how to love, have the agape love, just like he did. And I want, we all want to be loved, whether it's want to be loved by our families, want to be loved by our friends, co-workers, church people that we go to church with. We all want to be loved. Even in relationships, we want to be loved. We want to be desired. We want to be a person that feels good about itself and feel like everybody else love us. And we don't want to be rejected. Let's just put it out there. Nobody wants to be rejected. But sometimes we're going to go through rejection. Even Jesus, he was rejected, and we're going to talk about that a little bit more in this broadcast that we're going to be talking about. So, if you don't get love, you will either accept rejection or you will accept the manifestation of rejection. Now, what does that mean? That basically means if you don't have love and you don't feel love and you feel like you're being rejected, then it's going to manifest other things that's in your mind and in your spirit and in your body. The enemy will use two of these spirits to open up a door for demons to come into our lives. Because when you're angry and upset and you feeling like you're rejected, then other demons can come in. If you have that bitterness and that anger that we talked about on last week, then that enemy will come in and all kind of demonic oppression will come upon us. To the point that sometimes we'll be so overwhelmed, we don't even know what's going on. We feel like we're depressed. We may feel like we have an anxiety attacks. All of that can come from being rejected. And you may not even have depression. You may not even have anxiety. Now, I know some of you out there saying, look, I don't know what she's talking about. I've had anxiety before, or I have been diagnosed with depression. Well, I'm not here to diagnose anybody, but I do know that most mental illnesses come from rejection, and it comes from bitterness, anger, and unforgiveness. So just stay with me a little bit. We're going to talk a little bit more about it, and you're going to see where I'm going tonight. A person can express being rejected in several different ways. Sometimes people suffer rejection early in their life, in the fetus in the mother's wombs, through her as she carried the baby. Maybe something happened to her. Maybe she was raped. Maybe she didn't want to have the child. Maybe she had a legitimate child, illegitimate child. And all of those type of things sometimes can make a woman that's pregnant not even want the child. So the fetus feels that rejection even inside the womb. It feels like it's been abandoned, and even sometimes even the birth orders of children sometimes can cause rejection. One child is favored of the other. Have you ever been there? Have you ever heard about that? Have you ever seen that? And sometimes kids that have been adopted feel rejected because their parents gave them away for one reason or another. So no matter how wonderful parents they have got the people that have adopted them, they're going to always be having that hole in their heart for their real mother, their real father. So they're going to feel rejected. Why did they give me up? Why did they give me away to somebody else? Why they didn't love me? Why I don't know my father? Why I don't know my mother? So it's a lot of kids that have been adopted. You've seen it probably in stories on TV, in the newspaper, how sometime after the parents have raised them up, the foster parents or the parents that have adopted them, they want to know, where did I come from? Where is my mom? What is their name? What is my father's name? Do I have brothers and sisters? It's a lot of different things that they will ask because they're feeling what? Rejected. So when children are born under their circumstances, then they're going to feel like nobody loves them. No matter how much love you give them, how many clothes you buy them, what kind of car you buy them, they're going to always have that hole in their hearts. And it comes from the enemy, because when that happens, they become bitter, angry, and they internalize these things. And no matter what somebody does for them, it's still going to be that little hole. So the circumstances surrounding children like that, and pregnant women that don't want their kids, that have an attitude that she don't want to have nothing to do with the unborn. I've counseled women like that, get pregnant. Some of them are married, some of them may not be married, but it really impacts their emotions because they feel like, I was in school, I was getting ready to graduate, I was getting ready, get a corporate job, and then my life was moving forward. Now I'm pregnant. The fetus actually feels that rejection, that the mother didn't want the fetus. So when a child is born, for some kind of way, the child can never be satisfied. It's because when that mother was carrying that child, she actually did not want to have the child, and the child felt it. Another way you can be rejected is from cultural backgrounds, being from different nationalities and living in different countries. There is a very, very stronghold of rejection when it comes to your bloodline, and depending on where you came from and who you are aligned with. You don't have to do anything wrong to be rejected by people. Some people also are just going to reject it by the color of your skin, by where you came from, how you smell, how intelligent you are, how maybe not so intelligent you are. Some people are just going to not like you. The color of your skin, like I said, can cause rejection. But it opens up the door for many demons when we let stuff like that bother us. And Jesus himself was rejected as well. And God wants to deliver us from that ugly spirit of rejection. And if you read in the Bible, you'll see a lot of people in the Bible that was rejected, and we don't have time to go over all of them, but I'm gonna talk about just a few of them. Let's look at Elijah. He was rejected. As a result, many people didn't like him. You know, that he was aligned himself with his tribe. They didn't like him, and you know, he felt the spirit of rejection. You know, so he also, you know, felt like the Lord didn't love him. I can imagine, because of some things that he did. You know, Elijah, he sold. No, I'm sorry, I'm talking about Elijah. It's Esau. Esau sold his birthright for some food, and because of that, people didn't want to have nothing else to do with him. Let me go back now. Esau, all right? I made a mistake, but they didn't want to have anything to do with him because he sold his birthright. So for you to know that afterwards, when we sing how they treated him, we see a scripture here in Hebrew chapter 12 and 16 through 17. Let me see if I can get it. Yeah. It says that he sold himself for his birthright. It says, for you know that afterwards, when he wanted to be inherited, when he wanted inheritance, the blessings, and when he wanted to inherit the blessings, he was rejected, for he found no place for repentance, though he sought it diligently with tears. Have you ever cried because you was rejected? Well, that's how Esau felt. He felt like nobody wanted to be around him, and he cried, although he sought for approval. Approval didn't come. And even the Jewish people, you know, they would carry a very strong rejection because they was rejected. And you know all the things that happened to them, how many was killed and annihilated and stuff like that. So they can feel rejection because of what they came from and from what their ancestors came from. Rejection and racism, prejudice, they felt all of that stuff, including the Black community have felt some of the same things from rejection and racism and prejudice. Black people can be, you know, have a spirit of rejection from their ancestors and feel it when they grow up. A book I read from John R. Hark, and he had a book called God's Covenant, and he talked a little bit in his in his books rather, about rejection. And it's a very good book. So I would say go try to find the book, because if you're dealing with rejection, it's got a lot of information that can really, really set you free. And that's why I wanted to talk about it tonight, because I realized as I was counseling people over the years, so many people at the end of the day, when they told all the stories and everything that happened to them, it was actually a spirit of rejection, and they just needed to get deliverance from them. Even unhappy parents who argue a lot and fight and won't talk to each other, they may speak to the children and don't speak to the parents. I mean, they may speak to the children, not speak to the spouse. When the researcher says that children feel guilty and responsible for the parents not getting along, because the father, the mother speaks and communicate with them, but they don't communicate with each other. So that can also make a child feel rejected. Also, another way that some people get rejected when they have problems with their speech. They have difficulty speaking. They may stutter, stammer, and maybe have a problem with pronouncing certain words. They can feel guilty because they can be bullied in school and feel like, you know, everybody is picking at them because they couldn't pronounce a word. So they can feel rejected. The next one is children that are pampered and spoiled, and it's always getting everything that they want to get. They can feel rejected when they go out into the world and feel like that don't nobody really care about them like mom and dad did. And just because you were spoiled, mom and dad spoiled you to death and pampered you, and you had everything that you wanted. You find out when you go to college, you go to school, you get a job, that you're not going to be pampered like that. So those type of children feel rejected. Being born with a deformity, physical disability, can also make a person feel rejected because people frown upon them, look at them like they're nothing, and it makes them feel bad. And so that can make a person feel rejected. A sudden drop in family standards, Like maybe your parents was well to do. Your father had a great job, and all of a sudden, your father lost his job. Then it was bankruptcy, and the breadwinner could no longer take care of the family. Then the family feels rejected. Okay, being deserted. Say if you were married for a long time, you was deserted, and your spouse, divorced you and left you for another woman that was younger than you. Then that wife may feel rejected. So many ways that we can feel rejected, dear hearts. But I want you to know that there is a healer. God can heal you no matter what emotion that you're feeling. You are fearfully and wonderfully made. God loves you no matter how you look, where you are, what you're experiencing, what you're going through. God will deliver you because he has given us authority to deliver ourselves. We just got to use that power, stir up that gift of God that's within us. Well, dear hearts, it's time for us to go to break. But when we return, we're going to share with you the wisdom tips for the day. So stay with us, and we'll be right back right after the commercial. God bless you.
Greetings to my IOP family. Hello, everyone. I'm your host, your moderator, Elder Willie Hines, your visionary for IOP Conference. And we're looking forward to having you join us in Spartanburg, South Carolina, the week of September the 28th through the 30th. We have outlined for you great speakers to come to be a blessing to you as you come to experience what we believe will be a God move at a God time and season. We're looking forward to having you join us again, September the 28th. Mark your calendars now. And we're going to be blessed with phenomenal speakers from around the globe. On Thursday, we're looking forward to having the awesome, powerful woman of God in the person of Pastor T. Renee Glenn from Welford, South Carolina. And then on Friday, we're looking forward to having with us Bishop S.Y. Younger, will be our keynote speaker on Friday night. On Saturday during the day, we'll have a morning speaker as well. Dr. E. Lorraine Langham will be our keynote speaker on Saturday, along with many other daytime speakers that will be with us during this great conference. So we're looking forward to having you come to be a part. You don't want to miss it. Encourage your friends and your families to take part now, to be with us and register with us at this conference, September the 28th through the 30th in Spartanburg, South Carolina. We're looking forward to seeing you in the great city.
CTR Media Network is now accepting new podcasters to join our growing network that's reaching 350 million global listeners. Have you heard? CTR Media Network offers podcast production, podcast training, distribution, and product placement. Book us for your next event or schedule an interview with CTR Media Network podcasters today. To learn more, go to ctrmedianetwork.com.
Welcome back. If you're just joining us, we've been discussing wisdom to overcome the spirit of rejection. Go ahead. Why don't you share and let somebody know that we're on? We get ready to give the wisdom tips, and I know that you're going to be really blessed about these tips, knowing that you don't have to stay in the place that you're in. The Father wants to put you back together again. So go ahead and get rid of that rejection, and don't let nobody reject. If they reject you, don't get discouraged. Just keep on going, lift up your head and know that God will deliver you. You just have to take authority and tell that devil, not today, devil, not today. God is going to deliver me from what I'm feeling. All right. Tip number one. You need to continue to seek wisdom and knowledge and revelation. Through wisdom and knowledge and righteousness, we will be delivered, according to Proverbs chapter 11 and 9. Wisdom and knowledge can literally deliver you. Demons do not want you to be delivered. He doesn't want you to have wisdom. He doesn't want you to have knowledge and deliverance. But I'm telling you, if you take authority, the demons got to go. The Bible said in Ephesians chapter 6 and 2, for we wrestle not against flesh and blood, but against principalities and what? Against powers, against darkness. Let me read that again. For we do not wrestle against flesh and blood, but against principalities, against powers, against rulers of darkness of this world. And that's Ephesians chapter 6 and 10. Tip number 2, learn from the rejection of Jesus Christ. You know, I told you earlier that Jesus was rejected. He was rejected on the cross. Jesus was rejected so that we could be delivered from rejection. So Jesus and I already been to the cross for you. So you've already been free because he set us free. Whom the Son set free is free indeed. In Isaiah chapter 53 and 3, it tells us that he was despised and rejected of men. He was rejected by the high priest and the Pharisees. Jesus took upon himself our rejection so that he could deliver us from rejection. Oh, somebody ought to shout right there. Hallelujah. I'm getting happy in my sanctified soul just to know that I don't have to suffer no more when I'm going through that spirit. All I have to do is ask God, take authority that God has given me, and I don't have to fight in the battle because the battle belongs to the Lord, right? We don't have to, some battles we don't have to fight. We give them to the Lord. Amen. Tip number 3, pray daily. Pray daily. Praying daily prayers is the most powerful weapon that we can have to fight against rejection and anything else that the devil does to come upon us. Prayer brings us into the presence of God. Prayer opens up the spirit to hear what God is saying. It opens up the spirit so we can trust and accept the word of God because he will do it. Prayer will build us up and will build that inner man. Remember, I talked about that earlier. That inner man can be healed. Psalms 144 and 1 tells us prayer, if we pray, we should pray consistently prayers over our lives so that we may be able to fight against the spiritual oppression that comes against our life. It says, blessed be the Lord, my rock, who trains my hands to war and my finger for battle. God will give you the strategies to gain victory over that rejection. Let me say that again. God has trained these hands and our fingers. Hallelujah. So I believe he trained our hands and fingers so we can lift them up with our hands and our fingers and begin to give him praise for what he's about to do to us. Oh, my God, shout out about what he's about to do to us or for us. Amen. Hallelujah. Somebody ought to get excited tonight. Tip number 4. Let God anoint you. If you are saved, baptized, and filled with the Holy Ghost, you are God's anointed. So lift up your head. What you crying about? Because you somebody done hurt your feelings, you feeling rejected. Lift up your heads. You are God's anointed. When you are anointed by God, God will help you fight the enemy. Every attack that the enemy brings upon you, God will give you great deliverance because you are God's anointed. Hallelujah.